Hello, this is the Red Pill here at the Red Pill Dispensary. All right, so can't hear me.
All right, Olivia.
All right, Olivia, I'm live. See that catch? All right.
Did you see that precise throw?
Yeah, it was pretty good. All right, guys. So, if you guys caught the last video, oh, sorry. Oh man, you guys don't even know. I had all this research up. I've had this. They keep. I don't know if it's like someone's doing it because I don't really. I have a couple protections in place, but not that much, and it's just a Chromebook. But I'd have all this intel, and then all of a sudden, everything was shut down. The whole Chrome, and I try a different browser. The whole thing was shut down. Anyways. This is the Red Pill Dispensary. I'm ready now. I got everything loaded up. We're going to talk about some stuff. If you guys caught the last stream, then you'll know that we just you would have heard it here first. Because right now, despite nobody in the federal government is not working. I guess they are essential. Some of you guys might have an essential job, but might be a nurse or an illegal immigrant. You guys are still working. So, but the federal government, they're none of them are not working. Yet for some reason, and then as far as the courts, the federal court, they're all open. I know the district courts, at least in Mass. I mean, Massachusetts, Boston, and Chicago. We're just everyone else is already going down. We're like we were like peaking still, you know. I believe it was Chicago. I know Boston, yeah, Boston and Chicago. We were peaking the latest. But anyways, the point I'm making is that the federal government, despite they're all open, the federal courts, all their employees are there. Yet for some reason, you cannot do FOIAs anymore. If you don't know what a FOIA is, Freedom of Information Act, which has revealed a lot. Basically, like the trailblazer with that, you know, he has enough money to throw around to take them to court if he doesn't get what he wants. It's been Tom Fitton over there at Judicial Watch, True Patriot. And if you guys caught the last show, we had him on live, and a lot of stuff he was talking about, despite it never being released and it being classified, he got it, and he's been sitting on it. But he got so pissed because the FOIA said, "Hey, no, we're not taking any requests. We're not taking any requests." And you know, I mean, Trump retweets this guy all the time. You know, this guy's on TV all the time. So for them to tell him no was kind of weird. Something's going on. So he basically just said, "Screw it," and went live, man. And went live with all that information that we heard in the last video. So if you didn't catch the last video, I highly suggest you check it out. Highly suggest you check out the last video. And as I was about to end the last video, I caught a glimpse of something. And I even said it at the end of the stream. I said, you know what? I think I'm going to be coming back live with this information. So since then, outside of the annoying part of the stream going up, the browser going off and on, I've been looking into it, researching. I read the whole thing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, the FBI has just released JFK Jr. documents. And all across the world, a certain group of Q followers creamed their pants. If you don't know why, basically, a lot of people who follow Q, not a lot, but a good amount that follow Q, they you know, they think that Q is JFK Jr. This was even asked of Q. Q had like a couple Q&As, and there was some revealing stuff, but you know, people the questions that were asked kind of sucked. I wish he had taken my question was pretty interesting, but I think it was too classified to answer. Because when they're doing that stuff, when you're putting out classified intel, you kind of have to tippy toe the line of national security, not losing your clearance. I mean, as somebody who had a top secret, sensitive, compartmentalized information clearance, I do kind of understand that. I was never in a position before, like in a position like that, where I had to watch what I say. Now I do on YouTube. I've never, ever disclosed anything that I was introduced to in the Navy or anything I was involved in as a cryptologist in the Navy, ever. But I have, anyone who's watched this channel, have shown a lot of information. A lot of it's probably classified. Some of it's definitely classified. But hey, if it's on the internet and you guys are letting us get to it, we're going to get to it. And then there's Q putting out info too, or at least kind of leading you. And then you end up finding it. I know a lot of people don't believe in the Q stuff. And to those people, just so you know, I've always said, I always leave open the possibility with quantum computing, especially, you know, they say that they're only at the 2048 model. They've already gone up to the 4096. They call it the 5000, but really it's 4096 qubits, you know. And then after that, we're talking, my leg. I've been sitting here researching so long. 4096, and after that would be like basically like the 1000 model. I believe they're up to that model. And that model would make what I did in the Navy obsolete, because there's different types of cryptology. I did collection. So you go, this isn't classified. You could read it. You go to Navy whatever if you wanted to join the Navy. And if you want to be a CT, you look at it. There's different linguists, and there's text. Then there's the new one that came in since I've been in networking. They're kind of like, I don't even know what they do. They came after me. But usually the letter matches what they do. So in collection, you think I'd be a CTC, but I was really a CTR. I say that R because my accent, CTR. That's how I would say it. And everyone thinks, oh, what language you speak, as if I'm a linguist. Anyway, so when doing that, basically you are going against the enemy, and you are trying to intercept communications from the enemy, whether it be troop movements, keeping track of their ships, their planes, their everything. There's also some other stuff that I can't talk about as far as methods, and I'm not even going to get into it. But the reason I bring all this up is because of, I want to say, I believe Q is really a team that is doing what they're doing, because I've been following it since it had started a month before. I think it was like October. I started following like November, early December, something like that. I remember it was like the holidays of 2017. And ever since then, from day one, that information was legit. All the stuff coming out now, anyone who followed Q back then all the way through understands it. You know, it's a pretty brilliant operation, but it could be a psyop. You always have to keep in your mind that the artificial intelligence, especially like these, like the self-learning AI, and now what they're doing with quantum mechanics and quantum computing, as far as like the D wave. I was just talking about the D wave. They say they're at the 2048 qubit. I know for a fact they already went to the 4096. Okay, I know that for a fact. And by the way, they sold it to NSA, and it was made in Canada by Geordie Rose. And just now, when it's getting interesting, he stepped down as CEO. And if you look at him, he looks like he's like aged 100 years in 3 years, because he's been messing with the spirit world. That's the thing people with quantum computing. I mean, there was a famous quantum mechanic guy who said, if anybody who says that they know and understand quantum mechanics is lying. It's like almost impossible to 100% understand. And that's because we're talking like what they do at CERN, and the fact that these quantum computers do what they do, it proves that there's other dimensions, which it's like, what? But that's really what it does. That's literally what it means. And also, there was just a breakthrough. So supposedly it just happened a month ago. I think it happened way before that. And they found out that as far as with quantum computing and how they do it, and this would help them as far as building. They could like build more machines like quick. Like right now, we use our computers like this. But as far as like everybody having a quantum computer, like building them mass, instead of using electric resonance, they found out that they could use magnetic resonance. And it sounds simple, but it's like the biggest breakthrough. They've been trying to figure it out for something like 60 years, ever since it was just a theory. Now that it's actually there, and then I guess they figured it out by accident. It just seems like one of those stories that's BS. They figured it out by just by accident. Like how penicillin was found. The guy had mold in his fridge and realized it could antibiotic, and saved I don't know how many lives just in time for the world wars. When the question, the story is the same type of story. Oh, we found out it was by accident and all this stuff. So I don't know. But my point is, with that type of technology, we know that it was just Google, but now it's a bunch of companies that have AI just scanning everything on the web, especially here. Well, actually, I'm broadcasting on a few different, but on YouTube, oh man, definitely. I mean, anyone who tells truth and doesn't censor right. I used to like diss people who censored themselves, but looking back, I'm like, maybe I should have done a little bit of censorship, because I am under fire. I mean, they never demonetized my videos, and I never got a check from them anyway. But I was still like monetized. It's just they would demonetize as soon as it loads. Now, me and a bunch of other YouTubers on the same day, same time, April 6th, 406. So 46, April 6th at 406. I showed it in an old video. They demonetized a bunch of us. I know that like Iggy was at the same day and time. Richie from Boston was at the same day and time. This other Christian channel, I can't think of it, but there was a bunch of them at once, and I've heard of all kinds of others. So they're really cracking down, which is why I like now made a bunch of different platforms, and you can find them all in the description. Just to back up, this is still my main thing, and I don't care about the monetization. Nothing's changed. Nothing. All that I know is I'm this close to being taken down. So backup YouTube channel, everything. You can find it all in the description. Ways to donate, all in the description. And by the way, if you guys donate, the best way is PayPal. I know people are hurting right now, but the best way is PayPal. If you want like an address, you can please contact me. All my emails are in there. The best one is the Proton, theredpillnews at proton.mil. So I want to get into this right now. Enough about me. The only reason I did that is I created all this stuff. I gotta get it out there. You know what I mean? I want at least people to know, hey, there's a backup, there's this, there's that, because I think they're gonna take me down pretty soon. I mean, lately, these videos lately, we found the patent number. If you guys want to, if anyone knew, patent number, it's W 2020 06 06 06. Got it all. Fauci, we revealed him. We were like one of the first ones to let everybody know his past. The last video had a lot of information in it, and this one will as well. So, wait, hold on. Oh, look who's in the house. No, hold on. He's not a crypto. He's not a crypto, he just said. Now, what do you mean by that? I'm not a crypto. I'm just curious. You know, this is what, do you guys see how these provocateurs, every video, there's a provocateur. Every video. It's like, seriously, I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking that certain people, when they, just by the title, they're like, hey, you need to get in there and do this. I mean, this guy is friggin' talked about my family, gotten people to call things on my family. And you know what I do for him? When he's in the hospital, I send him well wishes. I'm nice to him. I've been trying to be a good Christian to everybody. And here he is coming in my channel saying something like that. He's not a crypto. So you're saying right now? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying I wasn't a cryptologist in the Navy? Is that what you're saying? I don't think you look stupid right now. Fucking idiot. What's this? Anyone who's ever said that has seen my DD214. And you're from Mafugo, right? And me and Adam are cool right now. But Adam's seen my DD214. So what are you talking about? You just talk shit? You know, you like, he's mad. I think he's mad because one time a bunch of people were like, oh, all right, hoorah, hoorah, like saying Marine stuff to him because it says snafu in his name. So he kind of like to pretend he's a Marine. He doesn't say it, but he kind of like, you know, he like puts it out there and he doesn't deny it when people think he's a Marine. You know, you interrupted my stream. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to, hold on, I have my D214 right here. I'll just put it right up in your fucking face. And then we'll get, I'm sorry, guys. It's just these provocateurs, you know? He says something like that. It just pisses me off, you know? I played basketball in high school. I could have had a great career with basketball. Gone to college, Northeastern. And 9/11 happened my senior year. So I went in the Navy. I went in as an E3 because I recruited a bunch of people. I got credit for 2 of my friends, and I recruited a bunch of people. Anyone who, you know, is old enough to remember what it was like back then. Oh, let me see my DD214. Amanda, do you know where any of my military paper, the DD214? My DD214.
Do I have one?
Yeah, like any other, like the folder with a bunch of
oh my God,
papers.
I don't know where that is. I think it's in your.
Guess who's in my guess who's in my chat?
Oh.
Talking shit. Snafu Snaps, the one that was talking about you. Until we showed the real video and you look like an idiot.
You showed the real video.
Yeah, it was just you trying to figure out how to smoke weed. He's a fucking idiot. Making up lies about
now,
people.
Right? What did you
do?
Hey,
don't leave, fool. Don't leave, fool. All right, you lied on everything. You lied on a lot of different things.
You have the other one now.
Oh, here we go. What's this? What's this?
Oh. Hey.
Yeah.
You can have the other one of these. Are you saving yours?
No, I'm about to have it.
You want me to bring it to you?
If you don't mind.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, I mean, how do I make it big? Well, here we go. All right, so here's some of my education in the Navy. Can you see? Recruit training, signals collection, which is SIGINT. So recruit training 8 weeks. Communication, signals collection, and processing. That was another school, and that school was 17 weeks. The other school was 7 weeks. Altogether, I was in school 18 months. Let me see. Fucking idiot. Did you ever question? Did you ever you call stolen valor on a real veteran? You're gonna get it. You're gonna get the truth right in your fucking face. Direct support, DIRSUP operator out of NSGA Kania. If you guys want to look it up, it's a underground base inside a mountain. Can you guys see it? NSGA Kania. Now it's called NSGA Hawaii, but it was NSGA Kania at the time. That's, if you guys look it up, no, we could all look it up together, actually. Fucking idiot. Here it is again. I'm trying not to show my personal information. I'm just trying to. You guys see that? You guys see the CTR? We can look that up. And then I was direct support as well to what's it called? I did direct support missions Afghanistan. Here's another one, CTR. Just so you know that I'm not just showing you random stuff. There it is with my name out of Boston. Matthew, you guys know me. CTR. All right. I went in as a CTR. Well, it was actually a E3, so CTR SN. And left as a CTR, Petty Officer Second Class. So, you feel stupid? You feel stupid? Yeah, clown. See, that's what he does, though. But, you know, with people like him, they're professional provocateurs. Look how much time he just wasted. I'll edit the video. But if I edit the video, no, I know, but, you know, I hate it. He's been going around saying that for a while. You know, saying like he did with Amanda. And then I showed the real video, and she just put her weed pen broke. And you guys know how sick she was, what was going on with her. I don't even want to talk about that anymore because I've learned don't talk about my family or people will attack. And I've been nice to everyone. I was nice to him. He was in the hospital. I don't understand people. I think he's mad just because a bunch of people thought he was a Marine. And I just said, well, he's not a Marine. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't say anything mean. I was like, well, you know, snaps. I'm not trying to be mean, but all these people think you're a Marine. You should say you're not, because you're not. And everything I say, I am. I don't lie. I mean, my subs know that I'm authentic, but, you know, there's people who believe that shit. So I'm sorry. I just had to do it. All right. So let's get to the intel. Of course he did. And then, like the guy yesterday. So what else? What did he say? Well, he didn't say anything after that, did he? Supporting liars in my next video you do. Luke Brown. No. Well, hey, snaps. I just showed the proof. So why are you in here saying that when that's not the truth? All right? I don't respect liars. That's because you don't respect yourself. We just proved that, fucking clown. All right. All right, sorry about that, guys, but I had to do it. You know, I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. Anyways, yeah, he's a fat. You know, the thing is, I don't want to be mean. I really, honestly, I've tried to be a better Christian. Everybody I've ever had problems with, me and Road to Prison are cool. Me and Adam are fine. You know, I at least was nice to him. And I said, hey, why don't you unblock me from Twitter? He didn't, but whatever. You know what I mean? It's almost like when an alcoholic makes amends. I try to be nice to everyone. I saw he was in the hospital. I wished him well, said, I hope you get better. God bless you. But, you know, it just shows. It just shows, like, you know, people have too much hate in their heart. I try to be nice to everybody. And, like, we have the neutral from yesterday, the Canadian. I even tried to be nice to him. That's why he ended up coming on the channel, because I was nice to him. But it's like, if somebody doesn't agree with his crazy views, then, you know, he just, I don't understand. It's like you either, if you don't agree with everything he says, then you must be fake. And the guy knows nothing. I mean, he watches videos. It's just, there's no intel. So let's get some real intel. So the provocateurs are out. My screen's been shutting down all the time. You know why? It's because, and if you guys want to read along, sharing is caring. In the description, along with everything else I talked about, the all my different channels, the ways to donate. What else is down there? Let me see. Yeah, I'll show you guys. Yeah, I'll show you guys, and then you guys can also, the doc is down there. You can download it, read along, read for yourself. Oh, you hid his comments? Can you unhide him? I don't want him to be hidden. I want him to see. I want to see his reaction when he's been going around saying that, and I just put it in his face. If you don't mind, I understand why you did. He's a pain, but I don't. I like people. The thing is, when you are 100% honest and authentic, you don't mind stuff like that, because then you just like make them. They just look stupid in the end. So if you guys don't mind, please don't block him. I mean, if things really get out of hand, I'll tell you, like, put him on timeout. All right, you unhit him, so his comments will be back. Oh, so now you're just going after Tony because you can't, all right, yeah. Anyways, guys, that's what's gonna happen every video. It's gonna be provocateurs. I'm not going after people. I'm not making videos about people. I've done that in the past, but I made amends with everybody, because in a time like this, things are going down. Everything's coming to a head. And I don't forget who's watching. And I'm talking about us, you know? He's watching. That 666 patent. That was a big, I mean, I couldn't believe that. I like literally was trying to disprove it. I was like, this can't be real. Someone must have made, no. It's 100% legit. I always look at patents. All right. So if you guys want to follow along, by the way, like I said, just go to the description. Oh, sorry. If you guys want to just go to the descriptions. Video link. So I put two. They're both the same, but I put two just in case, like, I don't know, because it's like a Google thing, if somebody has a certain type of system, I just put it straight from the FBI vault. So this was just released, by the way, guys. So just released. Also, there's this whole you know, through researching this, I found out there's like this whole series right now on TV, and it's about him. It's about him and how it's kind of like talking bad about him, which is really weird. Since when did they put him in bad light? You know, he always got great press. You know, everyone loves the Kennedys. At least I thought. The CIA don't, but you know, even RFK, all of a sudden he's been out there. You know, Bobby's son. So you know, it tells you that something's going on. Do I think he's alive? No, I don't. But there's a lot of people who do. And now with this, it's like, wow, it almost makes you think, why would the FBI release this all of a sudden? So here we go. What am I doing? I already have it opened up. All right. Oh, that's the last page. Wait till you guys see that one. All right. You know what though? I'm gonna open it up as a PDF. No, it didn't work that way. There's a way I opened it up as a PDF too. Let me just make sure it comes out right, because last time I did it, the encryption was all messed up. Look how many times. That's because the screen kept. All right, good. All right. So again, they're not doing FOIAs anymore, at least for now. But this FOIA was requested. I don't. This isn't what Tom Fitton. He's just looking into the whole what they did when President Trump was running for president, and when he was president elect, and then like the very beginning of his presidency. The deep state, what they called insurance policies. You know, they planted so many of them. This, I don't know who requested it. Someone must have, just because there's been a lot of interest in him, because people think he's cute. You know, the way he died, they never found the body. You know, he had many reasons to kind of pull a Machiavelli, you know, fake death, but I don't believe it. You know what I mean? Like, I like to stick to fact. I don't think it's true. If it was true, that would be amazing, but I don't think it's true. All right. So as you guys saw, Freedom of Information Act. The best copy obtainable is included in the reproduction of these documents. Pages included that are blurred, light, or otherwise difficult to read are the result of the condition of the original document. No better copy can be reproduced. So there are some that are very, very light, and I noticed that too. And I for a second, I thought it was just because I you know, I had saved it and then sent it and saved it again. No, that's the way the documents are. I don't know. There might be more to that, but. And so you guys, this is gonna blow you away. What's really going? What they're talking about here. So we see a lot of writing. This is all FBI agents, by the way. I'd love to see the CIA documents, to be honest with you. This one we got May 85. I think it's in chronological order to a point, and then what they do is they kind of when it's all on one topic, which is a feud between him and sleepy, creepy Joe Biden, who I'm still not convinced that the Democrats, that's really who they're putting up against Trump. Like, and when I say Democrats, I kind of mean the deep state, you know, the never Trumper Republicans, or just everyone against Trump. And what this document always did, also, I mean, what that last video also did, there's a lot of people who think Trump is in on all the crap that goes on. Now, has he lied to us? Yes. Every president has to lie. There's too much classified stuff that they can't say. They would have to lie about certain things. But trust me, he's the most for the people president I think we've ever had. You know, JFK was one. Lincoln was supposedly one, although that's a little bit, you know, I don't know. You can kind of see that either way, because there was some stuff that was revealed that I thought was kind of shady. But it seems like every president that's tried to make a new currency, whether it be the greenbacks with Lincoln, JFK also was trying to change the currency. This is all because, you know, Woodrow Wilson giving away the Federal Reserve in 1913. This country becoming a corporation in late 1800s. I knew the exact date like last week, but I'm telling you, ever since that car accident, little things like that do escape me. Anyway, so yeah, so these are things that people need to realize. We are a corp. There's a lot of, if we were to restore our sovereignty truly, there's a lot that would have to be done, and it would take a long time. But when you look at what's been going on, that might be going on. It might be, and then this virus happened. I don't think this virus is part of any plan to help the people, for sure. It seems like another 9/11. Anything with fear involved, where you lose rights, there's a design. Either that, or they just take advantage of opportunities. Never waste a good disaster. Order out of chaos, things like that. Which is, that was going to be the video I did today. It was going to be called Order Out of Chaos, but then I came across this. But I'll be doing that one soon. It's pretty cool. All right. So this one out of Alexandria. John Kennedy, son of former president. Telecall, Boston, May 85 for the information recipient. So they were listening to his calls. According to, it's an officer's name out of Herndon, Virginia, police department. His department received a phone call. Let me see. Of less than 20 seconds duration from an apparent intoxicated white male who stated to the effect that he and 7 other individuals intended on kidnapping John Kennedy that evening. I repeat, a drunk white guy called the cops and let them know that they were going to kidnap John Kennedy that evening. The caller added, Massachusetts. He then abruptly hung up. So they related to the Secret Service. It looks like right away, that same date. So that's interesting. 85. Who was around in 85? You guys know what I'm getting at, right? I'll tell you, that was either Biden, one of his little cronies. It could have just been like a deep state actor, or it was potentially Kennedy himself, in order to get protection. Because as you know, the president, like even a scumbag like Bill Clinton and Obama, they get Secret Service protection along with their family, right? Like when his daughter got dragged off the beach drunk, I'm talking about Obama there. So that would mean that because he's the president's son, the Secret Service should be looking out for him. So it was either a deep state actor, like the guy running for president, or it was JFK Jr. himself. I can only speculate on that. But that's what I get from that, especially with what I know is coming in this document. So then we got in New York to the director, FBI, immediate. So this is they put a priority on this for sure. FBI San Francisco. So threatened to kidnap, armed and dangerous, regarding, and by the way, RE means regarding. Actually, I'm not even going to stop that. Okay. Tel calls between New York and San Francisco on July 12th. So, that wasn't just some crazy drunk guy in Virginia calling it in, because they ended up intercepting calls between New York and San Francisco. So May, 2 months later, almost to the day, of people talking about this, threatening to kidnap. So in the evening of, and then 3, 4, 5, he wrote. California contacted New York division to advise a plot to kidnap JFK Jr. in the next several months. Who would want to do that? You'll see. I mean, guys, all of this stuff was highly classified until just recently. So I'm just going to say this once. You heard it here first. Red Pill News Dispensary. And I have sources, too, who I'm not going to say anything else about the source, but I hope you're watching. With joy. Okay. So now this is unclassified. This is allegedly orchestrating the kidnap from that must be that's probably the Kennedy's residence in Hyannis, Mass. Actually, wait. Then it says located at this is heavily redacted. This one, Florida. On that's the date. Spoke with and discussed the plot. Blank and would like to turn it over to the FBI. So that looks like another intelligence agency. You know, just the wording, would like to turn it over to. It looks like another intelligence agency got a wind of this. Now, you know, but it looks like they directly talked to someone involved. Or instead of an intelligence agency, it also could be, let's say, I don't know, a congressman who wanted to turn it over to the FBI. This isn't like the way that wording, it wasn't like a citizen, you know? So let's say even someone in Congress, which is actually what I think. And they said they wanted to turn it over to the FBI, and they talked to one of the people who were planning on doing it. By way of background, blank, that was not gonna get much there. A lot of redaction. In late 91, early 92, blank, while she was being blank California after a time. Yeah, that's so redacted. We're not gonna get much out of that. Outside of California, that's like maybe the only piece of intel we could use later. And you see how they kind of the 67C, you're gonna see that a lot, but you also see the 67D. That's most likely like for instance, like when I was in, if I ever like made a misspelling, you cross just like you would on any official document. Actually, this goes for anything. You cross it out and put your initials. But with stuff like this, that might actually be like 67C. That could be the FBI, like that particular agent. But then again, 67D, what's the chances they're right after each other? So you know what? Maybe that's not it, actually. I was thinking that, but maybe not. Now that I see 67D. Anyway, we'll probably figure it out. Let's see. So it was during blank discussed. And you again, anyone just joined, you can read along. It's in the description. I would click the second link straight from the vault, FBI vault. It was during blank discussed the plot to kidnap John F. Kennedy Jr. Blank understood it. And we got a huge redaction there over the next 2 months. That's probably that like we learned in one of the previous pages there that it probably has some names there or methods or something like that, because they planned on doing it in the next couple months. These would follow Kennedy to establish a routine. Wow. After a time, Kennedy would be kidnapped and taken to the blank blank. After looking through some of his records, blank that the New York, with Kennedy abducted. So, I mean, right there, he was actually abducted. Right? And somebody advised that, and probably some kind of informant with the name, all that, stated that, I don't even know, and the trial is set to begin those charges within the next 2 to 3 months. So they know who did it. I believe this is probably victim stated that. And by the way, guys, this involves congressmen, whether it be representatives or senators. It also involves a Colombian drug lord. So here we go. That's when they start getting into this. So residing in Colombia, South America, and is now running, drug running, cocaine business, whatever. That's what it is. Name there is living in Colombia, South America, and will be moving to Colombia, South America in the near future. So it makes you think, what did a drug lord want with Robert, I'm sorry, JFK Jr., right? Like what? I mean, I knew he partied a little bit, but no, I don't think it has anything to do with that. They could have been hired, because you got to remember, this is the 80s. The 80s, for those of you who are around, I mean, I was 1 year old at this point. What did it say? 87 or something? Oh, 85. Oh, wow. So I wasn't even thought of. Well, actually, I'm not even, you know what? I'm not going to dox myself. Okay, so now we have New York. I bet you someone hired these guys because they had a lot of power. It's like you think of the cartels in Mexico now. Back then, you had Americans along with things. Also, our military was operating in South America. I mean, people say that it was a time of peace. Yeah, I have buddies who were legit part of a team of 8 that were down there. And, they didn't all come back. They even got abandoned, had to survive for a little bit on their own in the jungle. Man, and now the guy's a heroin addict. He's legit a national hero, Green Beret. Now he's a heroin addict. And the VA doesn't let him in because he punched one of the doctors. Anyways, I'm talking about a personal friend, but someone that I met. Very interesting guy. I mean, the amount of medals he has and the way he's treated, it's not right. Anyway, so back to it. So yeah, so back then you got to remember, for those of you who, were in adulthood in the 80s, you know what was going on South America, whether it be military operations, whether it be the drugs coming up, whether it be the Americans, Americans making money, helping them get the drugs into the U.S., whether it be governors like the governor of Arkansas, Bill Clinton, who, Fast and Furious, if you guys don't know about that, we can touch on that after, who basically, the CIA were bringing in the drugs. And then, a couple years later, declared a war on drugs when they're the ones who flooded our streets with it. because at that time they felt like, you know, as far as like the crack, oh, it just affects black people. That's how they thought back then. So I don't think it has to do with drugs. I just think it has to do with people who were very rich and powerful that were in the drug business, who were capable of making these hits. It's kind of like, you guys ever see Scarface? He hated Colombians. And the Colombia, I think it was Colombian hit squad that ended up getting him at the end. So it's funny too. CIA also ran Hollywood for a while. For those of you guys seen Out of the Shadows, I mean, if you haven't seen that, I showed that to Amanda, and she has been red pilled ever since. After all these years, that's what red pilled her. Out of the Shadows, that video. Anyways, back to it. So somebody advised that in the blah 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 with business in New York, Florida, and California. That sounds like where the drugs were going. That's where they had the operations. Surprised it didn't say Arkansas, but maybe that came a little bit later from this point. For the information of the Bureau, New York indices check reveals several references to blank. Those references are, and then they have looks like codes, maybe files. An inquiry with California Department of Motor Vehicles shows a driver's license issued to. So this person was a California resident that they're talking about. The driver's license number used for identification only is blank. The security firm that handles security for the Kennedys has been apprised. They cross out in general terms of the potential threat. And for those of you guys, I bet you most of you haven't, but it's amazing. You go down to the Kennedy compound in Cape Cod, Mass, in Hyannis, Mass, which actually has turned into a shithole since. Not the compound, but Hyannis. To JFK Jr., a representative from the firm advised that Kennedy would be notified. Leads, New York Division, conduct discreet background checks on address, New York, and if possible. No date of birth available. San Francisco, interview with somebody. And indicated his willingness to talk with the FBI. Also obtain, probably like a search warrant. Develop leads as deemed appropriate. What page are we at? Because one thing I could tell you is that they were right when they said it gets really juicy around page 55. Oh, we're only on page 5. I'm going to start going through this a little quicker. I mean, you guys got the document, you know. Now, look at this. This is 10 years later. July 10th, 95. Criminal history. This is that California resident, it looks like. Anything else? Nothing we can see, huh? All right, fly through that. Part 101. Yeah, that's a crappy copy. Wanted persons file. So they were wanted. Looks like Robos, Kiwi. That's like a zip code. Oh, they say Boston? It's hard. Wow, that's really hard to read. Anyways, there's not really much to it. This looks like a list of the people who were involved in this kidnapping, attempted kidnapping. Yeah, something about a ring. Files that you name to search. Yeah, so this is all their information, but all redacted. Because basically it's like the FOIA must have been for information on JFK Jr., right? So, who, by the way, was very good friends with Trump. Just saying. And Trump was very upset when he died. And before he died, I know that he feared for his life. I mean, I don't want to go all conspiracy theory, so I'm not going to say anything for fact or even suggest. But the fact that he feared for his life, he was a very good pilot. The way he died, I don't know. We now know the technology is there, very easy to take control of a plane, and like 100 times easier to down that plane without shooting it or anything like that. Just the controls. It's kind of like cryptology, like collection. You break a code, you get in. Not necessarily like hacking, but you break the code, and then all of a sudden you have all the information right there. If it's in another language, you have a linguist do it, and something with a plane, it's transmitting. It has a signal. That's how the air operators can see where the planes are, and there's ways to bring them down. No identifiable record. And, this does not preclude the possible existence of matching records in local, state, or FBI identification files. A fingerprint card should be submitted. So, I mean, really, they're saying there's no record, but it looks like, does that make sense? The possible is so local, state, or FBI. So it looks like this guy with the here wasn't a citizen. He's not a United States citizen. They must have had no record maybe in his country. But as far as our database at the time that was put, they didn't even check, cross reference it. No identifiable record. Same thing. New York. Joint Bank Robbery Task Force. Violent Crimes Unit. Wow. What's this doing here? Federal Bureau of Investigation. Five pages not considered for release. All right. So that's basically, this is like when they released it, I think. This is like their them releasing it, and they're saying, all right, we're going to release it, but 5 pages are not going to be released. And then they put the file numbers. All right. This might be kind of boring. I'm just trying to just because I've dealt with it a little bit. I mean, it wasn't my job, after action reports, things like that, for sure. So I do have some experience, but this is totally different. This is like, this is detective work. That's totally different than anything I ever done. So special agents client requested, advised that the computer system was not operational, but would make some inquiries, and advised on July 95, New York, telephone number. Was contacted by a special agent, is responsible for the security of the Kennedy family, and was advised of the possible kidnapping that could occur of John F. Kennedy Jr. Explained in brief details of a telephone call that see, outlining the kidnapping details, and requested that advised Kennedy of the information, stated that he would contact Kennedy, and then asked that there should be any further information to please keep him apprised. So it seems like, his security had a heads up. Possible kidnapping from JFK, San Francisco. So a lot of calls seem to be New York to San Fran, New York to San Fran. Earth residing telephonically from telephone contacted the New York FBI and stated that he had information concerning a plot to kidnap JFK Jr. in New York City on the same date that they were already aware of, it looks like, as his residence, and provided the following information. Oh man, so redacted. Caption subject, which resulted in, was initially, man, during the media coverage of, what could that be? During the media coverage of 92. That could be anything from like the O.J. Simpson trial to when JFK, his plane went down. After which began, there's not much information except that I know a big event was going on that was televised. You know what? I bet you that this during media coverage, I bet you that's the O.J. Simpson trial. After, unless it was when his plane actually went down, I'm pretty sure that's the, California, right? A short time later, which began in 1992. Former television agreement, heavily redacted. Page 3, unclassified. First met. They spent several hours talking about each other's lives and talked according to blank each. And he tried to. This went on. Early 94, authorities in Miami. Blank, blank. Because of this and the possibility could spend either money or time in jail, I guess, had developed a way, blank, was planning in, blank, wow, at one point. Sorry, this is so redacted, but don't worry, it gets, it gets really good. He said he did not know specific plans that would be used to kidnap Kennedy, but he knew it involved, I'm assuming something about like Colombian hit squads or something. Both individuals now, oh no, he knew it involved, I think that's names. Both individuals now reside in Colombia. Yeah, so Colombia hit squads. That was right. But when California, according to this plane was aborted because I don't know why. At the same period of time, so we had another plane to fall back on if the kidnapping did not work out. He said it involved. So it wasn't. He said it involved a kidnapping. So where's this first one? Had another plan to fall back on if the it wouldn't be ransom because it says it involved a kidnapping. That's an interesting one right there. There's some nuggets right there. I just want to see what you guys are saying. What is going on? Why is that doing that? Hello? Yes, Matthew. Hi, how you doing? Yep. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Mikey, Mikey, Lynch, Lynch, 87 at gmail.com. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to be the doctor. I expected the doctor to call today. No, wasn't it today? The appointment? I just know the first name I know, Natalia. What is going on with the computer screen? Isn't that crazy? Look at this. This is what I mean when I'm not kidding when I say is that happening? Can you guys see that happening to the computer screen? Like, what is going on? Like, if you guys don't want this out, then why are you? I don't understand. If they don't want this, like, if they don't want it out and they want to like mess with stuff, like, why release it? Hello? All right, so it stopped. Okay. Maybe they listen to me. When did StreamYard go down? I don't understand. I just went to like check and see what you guys were saying, and then I looked at my phone, and it's just me laying here talking to the woman on the phone. I don't know when StreamYard went away, and the computer was flashing. So that's weird. It's really weird. Like, okay. So please don't tell me that the whole time I was reading that, you guys weren't reading. You guys couldn't see along. No, I didn't dox anyone. Could you guys could someone explain me? Were you guys reading along the whole time until like the last few minutes? Two minutes. All right. So I just want to make sure that you guys were actually able to follow along that whole time, and that it wasn't just on me. Because I went to look for my StreamYard. Like, I have my YouTube up, but I'm streaming from StreamYard. I mean, also this one as well, but that's not. I don't even have anyone subscribers. I just set it up yesterday. All right, so you guys could see. Okay, so you could see. Okay, as long as the YouTube, all I care about is that YouTube could see. All right. I know I've been kind of going slow through this. I'm surprised. So people got notifications. I'm surprised how little amount of people are in here. But then again, it's been kind of slow because of all these redactions. But you know, I mean, the reason I do this, you know, like we've done deep dives with the Epstein stuff, and you find nuggets. Like, this is what I find interesting here. Let me just make sure I'm sharing. Yeah. Okay. This is what I find interesting, right? So, according to, stated this plan was aborted because blank about the same period in time, blank telling. So this is another guy telling somebody that he had another plan to fall back on if the blank did not work out. I was thinking kidnap, right? He said it involved a kidnapping. So the previous plan was not a kidnapping. Makes me think, what would it be? And why kidnap and not kill? For money, right? Either for money or to control something they were doing. But what would be the original plan before kidnapping? I mean, it's not like the first plan was to kill him, because if you're able to kidnap him, you're able to kill him anyway. So what was that first plan? Maybe threats? Death threats? If the death threats did not work out, maybe that. Maybe death threats. I mean, guys, the FBI, you got to think, it's not just like, this could be so much involved. And you got to think about this, man. He still had a lot of power. It was rumored he was going to be running for president, right? I think he could have won. You know, young, good looking, smart. He's got the name. He actually cared about people. He could have won. You know, people tend to go for what they know. That's why we have two Clintons, two Bushes. You know, I wouldn't be surprised that, you know, down the road, Barron Trump ends up, you know what I mean? So I could definitely see him being a political liability for yeah, either the deep state or somebody or something. I just find that part interesting. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? So the original plan was not kidnapping. It was something else. It could be something as simple as if the death threats did not work out. And he said it involved the kidnapping. Did not tell him initially who the intended victim was. So he didn't know it was Kennedy at first. Was planning the kidnapping of John F. Kennedy Jr. in New York City. So they're going to kidnap him in New York. Interesting. And you know what's crazy? This is 95. And when they first started hearing about a kidnapping, it was in 85. So this might be like, you know, as time goes, one of them gets locked up and starts singing in the cage to get less time. You know, it could be something like that. I don't know. That's speculation. I just want to see what you guys are saying and thinking. Why is Snaps making trouble? I mean, Snaps, you know, get out of here. Like, if you want to hang out and listen to information, that's fine. All right, I already showed that, you know, what you were saying is just not true. But you know what? If you're gonna be like acting up, man, you know, like I don't like to block people. But if you're destroy, see, so this is what I'm gonna say. People in chat, if he's making trouble, just act like he's not there. Please, if you can. Why you guys can't? I don't understand. Am I not lying? All right, and now it's flashing again. I don't know, man. Yeah, guys, just ignore him. Because listen, it's the chat is about him and not about the information, and that's what he wants. I mean, this guy is literally like Snaps. So you're proving what you are and what I always thought you were, a provocateur. You know what I mean? You play around and you know it's fake information, little stupid information never comes true. But when people start talking about real stuff, you start to interfere. Yeah, all right. Good timeout. That's it. Just I'm at the point that I'm starting to, because now it's making the chat just talk about that. But you guys could see the screen, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's where we're heading, Brian. That's where we're heading. I just wanted to like kind of ease into it and go over this stuff and see if there's any stuff that I can figure out. Because in the past, this channel, we've all done a very good job of figuring stuff out that people hadn't figured out anywhere. But that was more so like names and things like that. But let's see. So New York had determined that Kennedy rode a bicycle in Manhattan and did not have any bodyguards. Something they didn't know how to find. Somebody found this out and discussed the kidnapping plan. Again, Colombia was also aware of the plot. Well, that's a person in Colombia in charge of the plan, making all arrangements for the kidnapping. That was involved. Identities unknown who would travel to New York. The kidnapping would take place after this period, after kidnapping Kennedy. New York, where a demand would be made for the either ransom or there was something more to it. I'm assuming ransom. Suggested they would harm Kennedy at one point, so that you can call the right and explain that they were for, and he fails at the time they would do it. He did not want to see the Kennedy family harmed. So this guy was trying. He was kind of like with these guys, but he didn't like what was going down. We'd call him back, and he did not call. New York is to ensure the Kennedy family is aware of the threat. Okay. Possible kidnapping. Page 2. In New York, concerning the alleged kidnapping plot, New York is also requested to conduct a background check regarding something redacted. New York and verified residents, Miami and Jacksonville divisions are being advised for information only. U.S. Secret Service, San Francisco, advised of above details on 7/12/95 and advised their responsibilities concerning protection of former president's children cease at age 16. However, U.S. Secret Service San Francisco requests that FBI headquarters advise U.S. Secret Service headquarters or above for intelligence information. Investigation continuing at San Francisco. So every time we've been seeing California this, California that, we're talking San Francisco because there's other headquarters out of California than just San Francisco. So that tells me we're talking the Bay Area and Manhattan. Unsubs, JFK Jr., victim, threat to kidnap. Now, by the title, you guys kind of have an idea where this is going. But let's go. There's a reason I was mentioning Bulger and all that too. And it's not just the nephew. Armed and dangerous. Reference New York and San Francisco teletypes to the Bureau, dated July 13th, 1995. So if you're just watching me on another channel, that sucks. But hopefully yeah, that sucks. I don't know how to, let me see. Can I share screen here? Oh, I can. I'm sorry. So some people are over here. I don't even know. All right, so restream. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Sorry about that over here. This is my first time using this site. Sorry about that. And then D Live. Actually, I don't think I'm ready for that yet. All right, so good. I'm all up. All right. And besides, there wasn't much. We're getting to the juicy stuff. All right. Information of the Bureau, New York Division will remain Office of Origin with file number 7A and 1. Universal case in the same. So that's going to be the case no matter where it is, the number. San Francisco Division concurs with this decision and reference teletypes advised that once JFK Jr. was kidnapped, he would be taken to the residence of somebody in New York. Investigations determined that in scanning police records from that area, police filed on indicated that something addressed as at that time. I wish it wasn't so heavily redacted. Why are you going to release it? Like, we want to know. Why do they want to kidnap him? All this stuff. As far as this part. But don't worry. We're going to get to some stuff that's going to clarify all of this. So for those of you who are sticking in there, yeah, you guys will see. So Corey was not an arrest report. Let me just check on you guys real quick. Yeah, I fixed the other one. If you're talking about the other one, it should be restream, right? The other one, when you say other one, you're talking about, I don't know. I hope they're not both on YouTube. All right, thank you, Brian. But I think you're referring to this one, so it should be good. All right. Hide messages from the stream. Wait, I don't want to do that. Is this to unhide them? No. Okay, I don't want to do that. So the two restream and StreamYard. I mean, it's all meant to. I'm streaming to all of them from here. Oh, yeah, as well as StreamYard. So I hope it's not. I don't know. I don't even know. YouTube's supposed to be the main one though. Okay. FBI headquarters at Washington D.C. ELSER unit is requested to check the following. Is Is that like a search and rescue? Let me look that up. Oh, wow. Well, in the military, you just call it SIGINT. But yeah, so FBI, electronic surveillance. Okay, so that's what that is. Okay. Electronic surveillance unit is requested to check the following individuals for any electronic surveillance unit references. There they all are. So we can even count the individuals here. So one we know is in like San Francisco, the Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland. The other one in Colombia. So those two people in particular. Another one in Colombia. Another one in Colombia. Another one in Colombia. And then one in, no, that's Jacksonville division. So one in Jacksonville too. Well, no, that's just the FBI division, but it's got to be, probably northern Florida because there's a Miami division, so it's got to be northern Florida. Determine whether or not blank is discreetly determined, which was why they're using electronic surveillance. They're shield for use by the FBI if feasible obtain the search warrant probably since arrival in Jacksonville. Division should be aware that in the past may have had some inside information concerning, I would think it would say something like top secret or damning information indicates that we're going, if feasible, Jacksonville. And they crossed out San Francisco. Will provide information concerning that. And they're talking about this fella up here. He's the one that went to Jacksonville. So it's the guy in Colombia. I believe that's investigation continues. Armed and dangerous. His movements need to track. Listen to his conversations. Anything else? If possible, any information. So it looks like they're really doing everything they can, coordinating. We're only at page 35. We're gonna start to speed up. It gets good around 55. Good, blank one. We'll go. We got a plot to kidnap JFK. Short time later, must begin their correspondence. Spent several hours talking about each other. Again, same thing. Rode a bike. So I'm going to start to speed up a little bit here. This is all like from that same few days, July 12th. It's just like different agents, different parts of the agency, and different agencies altogether, all reporting basically the same thing. I mean, if they were able to do this in 85 and here in 95, what I experienced from 02 to 06, I can't even imagine now. I mean, it's been 14 years. Let's put it this way. There is no way to all those the VPNs, all that, that can like help as far as like a hacker, maybe a little bit, not even fully. I mean, I watched this one YouTuber, I'm not gonna say who it is just in case, but he gets the phone numbers and addresses and calls them in the middle of the night and talks to them. I mean, he called Fauci in the middle of a show and his wife answered. And he goes, how do you? She goes, who's this? He goes, oh, I do a YouTube news channel. And she's like, I don't think he said that. She goes, yes, he did. And he played. Oh man, guy's amazing. Called Bill Gates. So, imagine what the government can do at this point, especially with he wasn't, he's just using a computer. Imagine what they can do. There is nothing secret. Whatever you think you're doing, if you think that you're able to not be detected, it's just not true. Everything is basically cataloged at once. And I'm not telling you this from my time. I just know this. And I'll tell you, ever since the Patriot Act and the Smith Modernization Act, yeah, we need to get rid of those things. And that's what I'm waiting for Trump to do. Why wouldn't Trump get rid of the Patriot Act and the Smith Modernization Act? Now, he can use it to his advantage if he really is trying to clean things up. But if he keeps them through the second term, I don't know. I got to question that. So I hope anywhere I'm streaming right now can see the screen. We got a lot of New York addresses now. Let's see what page we're at. Oh, so now these are going to be each suspect. They're rap sheets. So, all right. So he's a wanted person. They're going to have the rap sheets for each one. This guy, criminal possession of controlled substance. And it looks like it was like heroin, right? Isn't it? First OCA. First. Oh, okay. No, I forgot. It goes A, B, C, D. Yeah. I never had a drug offense, but I know. Yeah, it goes by letters, not numbers. So that might be like first offense, something like that. Warrant type, bench warrant. Yeah, bench warrant. It's active. The wanting agency has indicated it will extradite throughout New York State and outside the state. DCJS. So this is their search results. Just warrant. This is another warrant. So we're at 51. All right, guys, you ready? It's about to get really interesting here. Oh, you're working? Oh, yeah, you told me that earlier, West Texas. Yeah, I got a lot of family that's actually still working. Basically, like my whole family's still working. I mean, only one of them really is essential. The other ones, it's just funny what they consider essential. Let's put it that way. Anything that's taxable, they consider, like weed stores, alcohol stores, anywhere you can get a lottery ticket. Those are essential. Lottery, alcohol, marijuana, cigarettes. If you sell those, you are essential, because that is some heavy, heavy tax. It's funny how that works. In the park with your daughter throwing a ball, can't do that. There's some very essential type of work. Anyone who does physical labor, I don't know. It's funny. Even in a pandemic, they will not shut down those heavily taxed places. All right, so here we go. What page we at here, guys? I think this is 55. Oh, 53, I'm sorry. So this guy's wanted. This guy just has like a probably like a ticket. Oh, ticket. Oh no. Conviction and bail. Points 4. So we're talking small fine. Oh, this is supposed to be like this looks like DMV. You know, the points, $75 fine, $30 fine. Yeah. Commercial hazmat. Yeah, it's probably DMV there. All right, guys. Leads to interview. I'll be in a. Oh no, I'll be. Anyone make that out? I'll be held in abeyance. Oh, okay. I'll be held in abeyance until advised to do so by New York. You can't even read the rest of that. Yeah. You know, the way they say it, like, oh, well, that's as good as it's gonna get because that's the only file and this and that. Like, if it was from the 30s or something, okay, you know, come on. They have ways to. It's because it's a FOIA. That's why. So what is it? 55. Hey, baby. Yeah? Yeah. Do you want to play after? Yeah. Okay. All right. I just got to do this, okay? And then we'll play. All right. Here we go. Oh, this is for the release. All right. Now here we are. Now we're in August 15th. It's funny. It seems like the middle of every month for every single thing on here. Either the 12th or the 15th. So New York, Jacksonville, San Francisco, same stuff. Threatened to kidnap. Criminal investigation. Electric surveillance. Index from 672. Armed and dangerous. Enclosure sent to the field. Ooh, what's sent to the field? Let's see. Airtel to ADIC New York. SACs. I'm surprised they didn't redact that. Jacksonville, San Francisco. Regarding guy unsubbed JFK victim threat to kidnap. A search of the FBI's electric surveillance unit, automated record system, conducted August 11th. Disclosed the following record, a copy of which is attached. Let's see it. I took out one page. Make that 3. There'll be 3 pages missing from this. Spends time. Looks like a memo, handwritten notes. Damn, that whole thing was redacted. Whole thing redacted again. Date of birth, kidnap, Florida. Go back to, it's probably Colombia. Oh no, maybe I should be San Francisco. He told about it before. Within next, that's a couple of years. Because remember, it was within the next 2 years, something like that. I just want the guy warned. So somebody trying to do something right. From the San Francisco, this guy, you get the names from the San Francisco area. Another guy then told me. I told him maybe. His date of birth. I love probably the Kennedys. Expressway. To kidnap JFK. Victim. See, what we were reading before was them basically like writing like after action reports. This is the actual like in the field, taking notes. You know, talking to informants, flipping guys, making deals. When kidnapped and taken, still not getting money. Okay, so 5 pages. So 5 pages are gonna be withheld from this. Let's see what this is. And it's funny. It's like each office has to decide. Looks like they're not finding much on their some of their different ways of searching. Different agencies. There's no records with all those. For somebody. RDIS checks on gang file. I know that this is repetitive, guys. I know. Wait, what just happened? All right, I'll just do it the other way. You joking? Sorry, guys. My finger must have. It's a touchscreen computer. The Chromebook. I thought it was like an awesome computer at the beginning, and I was told by somebody who knows a lot. They said, "Don't get it. It's like it just has like no memory." They told me to get like one of those, like the ones they play, like the gaming like the video games. I can't afford. I looked at it, it's like $2,000-$3,000, and I mean there were people actually thought that that's what it was. Like I had one of those $3,000 computers. I don't think people realize, I don't got money like that. All right, But you know, I'm cool with that person though. All right, so let's see. Specimens available. Man, I went too far. Yeah, I went too. All right, this is where we were. Sorry about that. I know it's repetitive, guys, but you know, I love to see if I could, you know, connect some dots there. Again, Kennedy, John Kennedy. Consideration. C. Number 29. I'll keep an eye out for that. Metro Dade and Homicide Bureau. Whoa, I know where that's Metro Dade. That's Miami. Metro Dade is Miami. In the homicide department though. Catherine Vogel, Assistant DA, Dade County. This is Miami. Yeah, there it says Miami. Okay. Original, and that's all. For Catherine Vogel. Maybe she's. It sounds like she's most likely prosecuting them. John F. Kennedy, consolidation. Source from which property acquired. Location of property. Electronic surveillance unit. Word processing. One page redacted. That's California. All right. No record here on that one. Man. Don't worry, guys. It does get to some raw data. So. But it's just what I really find interesting is after looking at these records and then looking at what was put out in this like 5-part series about him, it's very interesting and it shows the agenda. I mean, whether it's the mainstream media, any network, basically, you know, they're all basically owned by Disney, or you know, there's only a couple companies they can be owned by, and then you got like Netflix. I mean, the video I was going to actually do today, I wanted to show you guys this show Westworld and how not only biblical, but they were basically telling you what they were doing with the technology. It was crazy. It was crazy. You know, you guys know how it is. Once you wake up, the symbolism. Also, like, you know your Bible to a point, but at the same time, you know everything about the secret societies. You know, just the symbolism of so many different things. I can't. There's certain shows I'm like, wow, it's just right in your face. Yeah, I'll be watching it with people and they see nothing. They're like, oh, cool, cool. They don't even get like what's actually going on. I know I'm going off, but I'm just thinking out loud. All right, so no identifiable record. No identifiable record. All right, freedom of information. Here we go. What do you guys see? I mean, this is like a research video, you know? Let's see. Database? Let's see an I, though. Oh, these are acronyms. This is FBI. Okay, these are just acronyms used by the FBI. Okay. For different units and stuff. But there we go again. John F. Kennedy, possible kidnapping, preliminary inquiry. I mean, how many times have we seen that? But it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like you gotta stick around, and then all of a sudden, there's good information towards the end. So this is about federal corrections. So federal prison, telephone, provide the following information. Someone is identified as is born in probably Colombia, has an FBI number of, and it housed in, after being was sentenced to. So I bet you he was prosecuted by Catherine Vogel, whoever that was. Or did they say California? I'm sorry, let me just make sure. Well, it's federal. Yeah, Miami-Dade is district. Okay. She's not in here. Oh, she's sleeping. She's sleeping. Please call when ready. You guys see what that says? 2 OPS CTR. They had cryptologists working on this. And I'm telling you, I told you guys about all, I didn't know that in the Navy. I did not even consider, I didn't even see this page. I think I just skipped by it when I was looking through. Unless that stands for something else. But the ops in front of it, and that's who it's to. So they had cryptologists actually working on this, and that's a naval cryptologist because it's only called CTR in the Navy. Even the Marines call it something different, something Bravo. So that's really weird. So they actually had like cryptos looking into it. But you know why? Because they're drug dealers. They probably did have some type of like code. Your search resulted in a no-hit condition. Because the CT, they'll just like, especially CTI collection, they'll like kind of like look across all the frequencies, all the different, whether you're at VHF, UHF, HF, all the different levels. And it looks like they didn't get anything. That's so crazy. I didn't even tell you guys that because of this. I didn't even know that cryptologists were used. I missed that part before. Wow, he has a lot of aliases, huh? And I still, why did they? Because the thing is, like, I know who was involved, but I'm thinking why. This NCIS Where did I write that? What was the exact date that he died? Well, supposedly. I mean, I believe he died. I don't think that the story is correct. All right, July 16th, 1999. Let's just read that. Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Martha's Vineyard, Mass, which is actually, Amanda. She's not from Money. They just have they have a trailer, but she loves telling people, "Oh, my family has a place in Martha's Vineyard." It's a trailer, but who cares? It's awesome. We're actually gonna go for the first time this year. I've never been to Martha's. I've never been to Nantucket. I've never been to any of the nice places. Only Hyannis, the Kennedy compound. So July 16th, 1999. And do you know which son he was at the president, his father, John Fitzgerald? I'm sorry. Yeah. When JFK was president, right? And his mother remarried like some rich Egyptian, right? Is that what it is? Oh, Greek shipping type. He's Greek. Yeah. Phillips Academy. That place is big money. There was a big scandal there recently. Some kids from there raped a girl. He did acting? Oh, plays. He did plays. Now, somebody we want to keep an eye on too if we see his name. This is why I'm looking. He spent 3 days with Mother Teresa's, the most spiritual days of his life. He was very religious, but Catholic, which a lot of us here in Mass at that time were Catholic. Now it's like nobody practices. It's so crazy. Once the thing came out about the priest with the boys, I'm telling you, I used to think in grade school, I thought everybody was Catholic. That's how it is up in Massachusetts, especially the neighborhoods around Boston. I thought because every single person I knew from school was in Sunday school or receiving confirmation or first communion. We all went to the same, and then there'd be like one or two Jewish kids, and I just never understood why they didn't go. I just figured they went somewhere else. I mean, we had huge Catholic churches like every few blocks. Now, it just doesn't happen like that anymore. There's like nobody. You walk in, there'll be a few old people. That's it. It used to be packed every Sunday, and it's all because of when it came out in the Boston Herald, and they found out it was happening everywhere. Victims started coming forward, basically like people my parents' age. People who would be like 60, 50s and 60s and 70s now. So, anyways, decline though. You see this though? Berman. Him and Berman weren't doing too good. Wait. So Berman sold his share of the company of the magazine. He understood that the target audience of George was 18 to 34-year-olds, yet he would routinely turn down interviews that would appeal to his age group, like Princess Di, John Gotti Jr. And instead, he wanted to interview people like Dan Kostenkowski, Vo Nguyen Giap. He's a very interesting man. A series of right before he died, he was planning a series of online chats with the 2000 presidential candidates. I think he was turning towards politics. That's what did it. Microsoft was to provide the technology and pay for it. Interesting. Well, I mean, then again, who else would it be? So I'm not going to read into that too much. After his death, the magazine was bought out by Hachette, but folded. So that's another name to keep an eye on is David Pecker. Oh yeah, the 1988 DNC with Ted Kennedy. Now Ted Kennedy's a different story. Literally killed a hooker and got away with it. I mean, I don't mean to laugh, but it's just like, wow. He dated Cindy Crawford, Julie Baker, Brooke Shields, Sarah Jessica Parker. Wow. Did all right. And we're talking back when they were, young. But it sounds like he had a lot of trouble with that stuff, because he almost, he was basically like American royalty. He's like I would say that the Kennedys are the closest we got to royalty. And I don't think I'm being biased just because I grew up in Massachusetts and it might seem like that to me. I really do believe that. Like I said, what presidents were truly for the people? I think it was JFK and Trump. That's why, you guys, if you haven't seen my last video, you'll see how much trouble the deep state has gone through, is going through, was going through to put as many insurance policies. I mean, and to think that he's come out of it on the other end on top. It's unbelievable. And what he's accomplished with all these distractions, and I mean, they've thrown everything they got at him. Piloting. So he had only received his pilot license a year prior. But from what I hear, he was a very good pilot. And you guys know the Kennedys seem to have bad luck. His cousin Michael Kennedy died in a skiing accident. You know about his father. You know about his uncle Bobby. I mean, the mob took out Bobby. And it's kind of ironic because the only reason they gained power was because their father was the head of the Irish mob. It's really ironic that that's how it went. But then again, it was really the mafia, the Italians that handled that. Let's see, anything else? Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to and you guys remember this, right? This iconic when the president's funeral and I mean, that's the last president who was assassinated and killed in office, correct? Yeah. So they had the last time we had that type of event with a hearse of with a president in it, acting president dead, and his son stepped out and saluted. I mean, as a kid, he probably didn't even know. He was probably so used to his dad doing it. He saw all the soldiers and everything doing it, and it was just a spur of the moment thing that it's kind of like American history. And that's him. And they used to call him John John. All right, so back to it. And that was the love of his life right there. Oh, okay. Now I say all that because I know where we're about to be. Here's the cryptologist again. Same stuff. It's just a repeat. So 2 copies. Looks like informants or interviews at least. 2 copies. Federal, the 302s reflecting the results. All right, let's see that. So the information in New York, officials are currently checking to determine if there are any. Oh, 1 year, therefore the possibilities are gone. So you know what? This could be a number of things where it's only kept for a year. Could be surveillance footage. Could be many things. I'm not going to speculate. On August 3rd, Special Agent reviewed a file with a reference to the file number, which was subsequently reclassified and then reclassified again. So this is something in that file. Following information was contained. Wow, you can actually make it out a little bit. Look at that. So serial numbers of confidential informant from a orchestrated. Oh, that's the end of his name. Rich or something with a ICH at the end. Stated that. I think that's all we're gonna get. So here's serial confidential. Regarding I'm gonna start going really, really fast. So they're tracking the guy here. So we saw that. In Long Island. A review of the NASA police record sets forth the following information regarding one of the guys that told him in 94. Not first grade. Borrowed something, probably money, described, and while at some type of incident. You got a 17 down there. Long Island Lighting Company. Two individuals obtained utility records from the Long Island Lighting Company. The first being someone's phone number with the mailing address. He had his service turned on. And no criminal license, no criminal record found. He was contacted at his place in visits and advised that actually might be Kennedy himself. So priority. Grand jury enclosed a grand jury subpoena issued for the Southern District of New York. Now, if you guys know anything, Southern District of New York, you know, that is where, you know, the big happenings go through there. You know, that's like, it's not just for the Southern District of New York. It's, you know, some of the biggest, the best prosecutors, and you know, they prosecute some of the biggest cases out of there, federal as well. So, or maybe just federal even. A lot of big cases. So you always hear about the Southern District of New York. Supposedly that's where a bunch of these sealed indictments are. And the Joint Bank Robbery Task Force. What do they have to do with this? Plot to kidnap JFK. We actually saw that. This plan was aborted because somebody was questioned regarding his knowledge of a plot to kidnap prominent individual, stated that he had received no knowledge of such a plan, then advised the FBI had received information from something that they had developed information discussing a plan to kidnap. Very defensive, saying this is not true, and terminated the interview. Contact with the... Now, where was this? Because this one's interesting. Where was this? New York. Interesting. That one's interesting. Okay. What's that writing say? Please ensure affidavit is reviewed by the PLA before formally to headquarters. Yeah, we actually saw that. We saw that too. On 10/21 night, Assistant State's Attorney Catherine Vogel, Dade County. Sent by registered mail. Assistant State Attorney Catherine Vogel stated Miami, Florida. All right. This is a closed case. They closed it at this point? Is that 29 again? C29. All right. The listed Q specimens are further described in a separate report. Check this out. Envelope postmarked Worcester, Mass. Somewhere I lived. That's where I lived before I lived here. Bearing the handwritten, hand-printed address, Senator Joseph Biden, Democrat, Delaware, U.S. Capitol Building. Accompanying handwriting and printed letter dated 8/26/94 beginning, Dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor. And bearing the signature, John F. Kennedy Jr. Now, why is that pertinent to their investigation? That is interesting. So now, this whole time, JFK Jr. has been the victim, right? Now it's poor old corrupt Biden. Suspects. Unsub, a.k.a. John F. Kennedy Jr. Victim, Senator Joseph Biden. Offense, BS. What? BS? What would that stand for? Am I missing? BS. BS. What do you guys think that stands for? The BS. You guys still with me? Yeah, I know. It got boring. A lot of people left, but victim Joseph Biden. Offense BS. Place and date August 26, 94. Worcester, Mass. Copies to Special Agent somebody, the FBI headquarters in Boston. A threat letter regarding John F. Kennedy Jr. to the victim, Senator Joe Biden, from Worcester. He sent it from Worcester. One letter, one envelope. That's the evidence. Exams requested. Anonymous letter file. They wanted to check fingerprints and, like a handwriting expert, but they pretty quickly found out that it really was JFK Jr. by the signature. And he knew, obviously, you send that to a senator, he knew that, to sign it with your real signature, I mean, that's like a fingerprint to the FBI. It's actually amazing what they do with signatures. Yeah. See, now it's getting good. All right. Everyone's probably gone now, but now it's getting good. Joseph Biden. Why was he pissed at Biden? Let's see. I'm gonna check something out. Oh, what was the date? August. August 26, 94. So he would have, unless he legitimately did something like kind of crazy, right? Biden's been involved in so much crap through the years. He's so deep in that swamp. August 1994. Biden. This is why. This is why. Biden's key role in 1994 crime bill attacked by both Trump and Democrats. Well, that was written lately. Early this month, staying in the rain before a crowd in New Hampshire, defended his role in a signature piece of legislation. Let's see that. What? And it goes to that type of crap? I don't want to see that. I mean, some of you guys might remember. I wasn't old enough to remember, so I'm trying to see anything interesting. 1994. Huh. San Diego. It's like watered down because of this friggin' election. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, I might just be getting exactly what we're looking at by doing this. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna get that. So it looks like it was the some crime bill. I mean, JFK, it really was for the people. So, I want to see something from them. Sexual assault, but traitor. I don't really see it. You know, and I'm using Google. Usually it goes straight to DuckDuckGo. Although DuckDuckGo just got bought out. Let's go back to this. Biden's key role in this bill. That's got to be it. Oh, they thought it would result in mass incarcerations. All right, so he shepherded through Congress more than 2 decades a sweeping bipartisan 1994 crime bill that has turned into a looming hurdle in his presidential bid and a target for Trump. The key complaint Trump has seized on, voiced by African American critics and some of Biden's, and it's so funny. The reason that he won the nomination, at least for now, because I really don't see him going. I can't believe they're putting him as the candidate. And it was African Americans who got him in South Carolina. They're the ones, you know, he left up here. He left New Hampshire. He realized he was doing so bad in the polls. He just left New Hampshire and skipped ahead and, you know, started doing work in South Carolina. And I don't know, man. If I was an African American, I would be like, you know what? I'm all set with that, you know? Someone like this guy, I just don't get it. It's just because he was the vice president to the first black president. Maybe they feel like a certain loyalty to that, but you look at his history, he hasn't done well for the African Americans. I'm sorry. So, well, I'm not sorry. Voiced by African American critics and some of Biden's 2020 is that the measure led to mass incarceration of blacks. In fact, across the country, the incarceration rates in the years leading up to the passage of 1984 had already begun to see a steep rise beginning in the early 80s. This, you know, it's ABC. They're trying to make them look good, you know. Folks, let's get something straight, he told the crowd in Nashua. Oh, this is when he got forced out of Nashua. Went down to South Carolina. This idea that the crime bill generated mass incarceration, it did not. Formerly known as the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, was signed by Bill Clinton, was a comprehensive response to the country's rising violent crime rate. You know, this is a time, you know, you got gangster rap coming out, you know, crack epidemic that they created. So it was called the Violent Crime Control. We're going to get right back to it. I just, it looks like Kennedy was really pissed about it. Bans assault weapons, death penalty that covers 60 different offenses. Terrorist homicide, murder of federal law, large-scale drug trafficking, death sentence. Drive-by shootings resulting in death and carjacking resulting in death. Yeah, it sounds like it's targeting African Americans. Let's be honest. Drive-bys. I mean, that was that defines the early to mid '90s. You know, especially out in like LA. Domestic abuses, prohibited firearm sales to and possession by persons subject to family violence restraining orders. Firearms, looks like a lot against Second Amendment here. Strengthens federal license standards for firearm dealers. Fraud, creates new insurance and telemarketing fraud categories. Expands federal jurisdiction to cases that do not involve the use of delivery services to commit a fraud. Provides special sentencing enhancement for fraud crimes, gang crimes. Yeah, this bill did target African Americans, and they, provides new and stiffer penalties for violent and drug trafficking crimes committed by gang members. So, you could have two people commit the same drug or violent crime, but the one, if you're a gang member, gets it way worse. Now, listen, I'm not like pro gang and all that. I'm just saying, you know, for somebody who's supposed to be the hero of the African Americans, it looks like a lot of these people who are voting for him now, their fathers and uncles, probably were victim to this bill. Adult prosecution of those 13 and older charged with certain crimes. So basically, you murder someone, you're 13. I remember this around that time. There was a bunch of controversies. I'm sorry, I gotta take this to the doctor. Hello? Yes. That's all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, 87. Yeah. At Gmail. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, so I remember this. Remember back in the early to mid '90s, you started having 13-year-olds going to jail for life, being charged as adults. I think did one get put to death or something? Let me see. Prohibits the sale or transfer of firearm. Juveniles triple. So if the maximum penalty is 10 years, they're doing 30 for using children to distribute drugs. Oh, for using children. That's a big New York thing. I guess everywhere, but and Boston. That used to be like the thing, especially with crack. They have the kids stand out there and serve it. Sexual offender. Well, you know what? I don't mind that. Repeat sex offender. I don't mind that. 3 strikes. So he was behind. Everyone blamed Clinton, but this was written up by Biden. So there it is. That's the big one. The 3 strike rules. All right. I mean, so with mandatory life imprisonment without possibility of parole for federal offenders with 3 or more convictions for serious violent felonies or drug trafficking crimes. That's very vague. Serious violent felonies. You get in 3 fights, you kick him in the head. That happens twice. And all of a sudden, the rest of your life, you got to be careful. One wrong move, you go to jail for life. It's not like it was like 3 within a certain amount of time. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. Your foot. You kicked him. You kicked him in the ribs or something. 3 strikes. That's the one. So yeah, that's I'm gonna go on a limb and say that's why he sent that. That's why he sent the threat to Biden for sure. Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's this? Check this out. Sub JFK Jr. Senator Joe Biden. AKA or Koskaka or AKA. What is that? What is that? Okay. On. It looks like a 3, but we know that's August. So on 8, we know the date. I think it was 8/20. 8/29, is that say? I thought it was a different date. Whatever. Is that maybe W? Worcester FD? It was advised that Senator Biden received a letter postmarked Worcester, Mass, wherein the author states in part referring. Oh, here it is right here. I really didn't even know that. I didn't even see this one. Referring to the crime bill. So that's what it was. The 3-strike rule and all that other stuff against the Second Amendment. You know what? Just keep it for the sex offenders. I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. You must die. Whoa. So the other one said traitor. So is this a second letter? The original letter is in the possession of the United States Capitol Police and will be submitted. All right, page 2. Laboratory analysis. There are no investigative leads at Boston at this time. Investigation continues. So it sounds like almost 2 letters, unless he wrote both. He said you're a traitor and you must die. And I'm telling you, I've had sources tell me that Bulger, it wasn't a coincidence that he was moved to Pennsylvania. Then Biden happened to be in Pennsylvania. And all of a sudden, Whitey was murdered in jail. And then he takes Whitey's nephew and puts him on the board of Burisma along with his drug addict son, Hunter. And then he muscled the prosecutor. We all know the story in Ukraine. Also did something very similar with China. We're talking billions of dollars. And if people haven't realized what a problem China is, he would be a great friend to China. Wow, that's crazy. I thought it was just saying that you're a traitor and stuff like that. But he actually said you must die. Damn, he had an edge to him too, huh? We already seen that. So as you see, there's a beef here. Envelope pulled, we all know this. Accompanying, yep. Beginning, dear Senator Biden, you are a traitor. And bearing the signature John F. Kennedy. They don't mention that you must die right there. The handwriting on Q1 and Q2. So it sounds like it was 2 letters. Has been examined. In the event handwriting comparisons are requested in the future, should handwriting comparisons be requested, known handwriting, both dictated and undictated, should be obtained from anyone suspected of having written the questioned handwriting, meaning JFK Jr. The known handwriting should be comparable. So basically, he was getting in a beef with the Biden / Clinton / three strike you're out / Fast and Furious bring crack into the streets, and that now it makes sense with the whole Columbia connection. And called them traitors. Knew back in '94. Also said they must die. And here we are in 2020, and that these dirt bags, one, his wife just ran, and the other one's running right now. It's kind of funny though. Q1, Q2. Postage stamp. But Q, I think, also just might stand for like the Q1. That Q1 is probably the envelope, and Q2 is the letter. So it's like evidence. A photograph depicting the enhanced indented writing is enclosed. Also enclosed a photocopy of a partial transcription of the intended writing. No watermark or other physical characteristic were observed. Yeah, why doesn't it mention anything about like it matches his signature? Well, it did earlier, but I want to see that. I want to see where it says you must die. I want to see that one again. Hey, what happened? I like the touchscreen, but then again, that's Drop. He's good. Check him out. All right, we're gonna skip all the way to the end. This is about it, folks. All right, we're gonna go all the way to the end. Yeah. I'm telling you, the last page is my favorite. So overall, I would say until we started getting into the Biden stuff, not much. But it looks like Kennedy was really pissed about something, and for some reason, this is all linked together. The letter sent from Worcester, as well as this plan for a kidnapping, they're linked. Oh yeah, we're way past that. All right, here we go. I don't know that number. Hold on, let me see. All right, have a good night, West Texas. Well, welcome. Both.
Yeah, one crime you doing down.
Oh, it's 2 YouTube streams? Damn, I screwed up. Whatever, I'll delete one. Well, wait, it's different chats in each? Whatever. I didn't mean to do that. I must have clicked the second one. I should be on Twitch too. But whatever. It's my first. I just set up these accounts yesterday. I think you know what I meant to do. I meant to also do it on the backup channel, but I might have by accident wrote in the original channel the second time as well. All right, so San Francisco, Concord. That's Massachusetts. Forwarding to Dade County. That's Miami. Sent by registered mail. So now it's back to the kidnapping. 4 latent fingerprints of value were developed on the specimens. So they got 4 fingerprints. See, here's where it says he says that you must die. Author states in part, referring it to the crime bill, you must die. Q1 negative, Q2 entire page of indented writing visible, photoed with evidence, commemorative top cutoff, sides, perforate, like perforated. He even makes like a drawing. Side lighting, watermarks, negative. ALF. Search through the last date. Obliteration writing. BITG attached. Here is the letter. I want to save this. So here's the letter. Yeah, this is why they kept on saying. Oh, some of the stuff, it's not your computer, it's this. I see attack. So this is the actual letter. Look, they ruined it trying to get fingerprints. Let's see if we can make anything out. I mean, we know it says those 2 things. You must die and you're a traitor. But it says much more. Look at that. Look how long it is. This is on purpose. They could have, I bet you they have a better copy or something typed up. Come on. Well, let's see what we can get. Put in chat anything you see. Yeah, I'll use the mouse. You had attack, fake attack, false attack. Damn. It's almost easier to see it like that, right? Right there. That 55. It almost looks like 55.00. I don't even. You know, I might run this page through some applications I got on my phone and see if I can get this to stick out a little more. So yeah, anything you see, please put in the chat. I'll check it out and then I'll put it up. Now, if you find it, we know that in here it says you're a traitor, as well as you must die. This is a long letter. It's not just a small. You wrote him an actual letter. Something years. Oh. Oh, it's really hard to make out. But this is JFK Jr. writing to Biden about how he's a traitor and should die. Looks like he had a lot more to say than that. I think they just put like the most criminal parts of it. I mean, you must die. You're a traitor. I guess that would be of interest to the FBI, but there's so much more here. Yeah, I want to run this through the app and like. Wow. It's like they purposely made it so it's like, I'm trying to find out if it's even easier to read far away, like going too close. What was that say right there? Joey Pops? Right? I'll put down. Pops. I'm trying to get that part. Yeah, you can always see it. You can almost see it better a little bit further away. I mean, if I'm not gonna get, I thought I saw Jack too, right before the pop. So maybe he's talking about his father. He has stuff. He like underlined a few words. It looked like. Deceiving people? Is that what this? Idiot? Idiot? Oh, man, I don't want to see this. That says a best copy available. That is bullshit, man. They don't want us to see it. There's no way this is the best copy available. It's only from 97, 95? No, 94. From 94. So it wasn't 2 letters. It was just one long letter that included both of those remarks. Traitor, you should die. Yeah, I'm gonna run it through you attack black. Does it say black right there? Attack, and then the next line over here, black. No, am I just imagining that? No, because that's like an S right here. What? Oh man, this is tough. A tough one. But I think like like inverting it, adding color. They definitely could have had this come out better. Looks like vote. Out. Voted out. Voted out. Right? VOTED. Voted out. With 2 underlines. That definitely says that. Let's see his signature. Where's his signature? And you gotta remember, it's like Bill Clinton in office. Oh, they inverted it here. Kind of trippy. It's something. I don't think actually is that inverted or just weird. Yeah, I don't know what that is because it's only best quality. Maybe it'll watch after all that. It'll probably have the whole letter written, printed. I mean, why don't they do that? Please use appropriate photograph to enhance intended writing. Because you know what it was? It was the indentation of the writing. All right, almost at the end here, guys. So let's see. What is this? The envelope? It doesn't look like words. See, it has the perforated paper. I don't really see words unless you're like something. Yeah. I mean, shoot, this is making me think. I mean, this is Biden's bill as well as Clinton. And someone like Kennedy, and he was starting to get into politics and having online conversations. Who knows where that was going? They take him out. They might have took him out. I mean, and why release this now? And did they already have the type of relationship where he would say something like that? And what's the kidnapping have to do with this beef with him and Biden? Right? Why is this all considered together? Called special agent to advise, left message. We are temporarily assigned. I am writing to you. I had a heart attack. Wait. Now this is from 9/10/94. Oh, it's the same thing with Kennedy and that's the date delivered. I'm sorry. 9/29. Okay. I am writing you. I had a heart attack. Missed one. Oh, this is what was written. This is what was written. Because remember the 55 that I saw? This is it. I am writing you. I had a heart attack. One. So this is what they made out. They couldn't make out the whole thing. But look, it doesn't mention what I saw. Remember down further, it said something about voted out. So it looks like the FBI. I mean, just us looking at it, I think we got more. Let me see what you guys got. Because that definitely said voted out. Yeah. Well, it definitely said voted out at one point. Yes, it's very hard to read. But look, somebody wrote what they could make out with all their special, tactics that they got. And look, nothing about voted out. Ooh, there's a phone number. Don't know how to use that. And look, they left out one digit. And I can tell you, as someone who lived in Worcester, that's not. Oh, wait. Yeah. That's not the Worcester zip. I bet you that's Hyannis. I am writing you. Had a heart attack. Missed. Won something. $55. $55 insurance pre. And the canceled me. I bet you it's they canceled me after 18 years. I got a cancellation notice and I'm 62 years old with a perfect hot. Oh, 40 hot. 40 plus years. I thought you were going to say a perfect hot wife. 40 plus years driving record. I can tell you. So you know what? I think that this was an indent that was also on there. Because we know that Kennedy was not that old, and I wonder who was. I wonder whose phone number that is. So that was from Kennedy. Well, no, that was an indentation. Like, oh yeah, because it was from a spiral notebook. That's I wasn't thinking. It's from a spiral notebook, with the perforation. So, whatever was on the page before indented into his letter, and this is what indented into his letter. So it seems like it wasn't even his, or someone else wrote in it. I had a heart attack. $55 insurance. I'm 62 years old. Oh wait, is that Ted? No way. Is that Ted Kennedy? Didn't Ted Kennedy have a heart attack? Would that be about his age at the time? A perfect 40 plus year driving record? Why would he mention that? If you guys know about Ted Kennedy, he had that thing where all of a sudden his car ended up in a lake with a dead woman inside who he was having sex with. And he got off. I can tell you, turn my mass. I'm pretty sure Ted Kennedy had a heart attack in the 90s, right? And then also, why would he mention his driving record? I know that's the big thing about Ted Kennedy that made it, like, you know, when that woman died. We'll actually pull that up right before we end here. All right, so good. So I don't want to go out and say that, but at the same time, that's not referring to Robert Kennedy. You know, was he sharing a notebook? I just don't get it. Although 4 latent fingerprints were developed by a laboratory, there are no suspects at this time wherein latent comparisons can be made. So he got away with writing threats like that. And then he was killed. Well, I'm sorry. And then he disappeared over the ocean. Page 2. I mean, you gotta think. Once he got his pilot's license, they learned he flies from Martha's Vineyard to the Cape all the time. You know, he's always flying that last year. I mean, even just to get the pilot's license, he wasn't been flying for years. But once he got it, till when he died, we're talking 15 months with a pilot license. You have to think deep state guys like Biden, Clinton, the ones who are being dissed. I don't know. Additionally, no additional threats have been received by Senator Biden since receiving a threat that initiated this matter. Well, what really initiated? Was it just that? I mean, those are some harsh things to say, but then it was a bad bill. So yeah, very interesting, huh? Let's look up real quick. I just want to see. I just want to see it. So 1932. Yep. I just cracked that. The FBI couldn't figure it out. I just figured it out. I had no idea. I swear on everything I love. Actually, in the Bible says not to ever swear on anything. But I do promise. Wow. So 1932. That was written. Was it 94, right? 94 or 95? And then, so that is 62 years old. Let's see. Heart attack. Let's see if we can crack this case at least. Because it looks like he wrote and right under it. Oh. I mean, damn, the Kennedys had bad luck, huh? His daughter died of a heart attack. Did Ted Kent? Maybe it was never put. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Huh. News. So it's gonna be talking about the daughter, but I want to know. Oh, Ted Kennedy heart attack in 90s. Because he said he just had it, and if he was 62, then it was either 94 or 95. Well, maybe, I don't know. But, you know, with HIPAA, would they share that? I mean, I'm kind of trying to make this work, too. So, okay, nothing about a heart attack. But this is what made me think him right here. So, Chappaquiddick, 50 years after the deadly car, a mysterious letter claimed Ted Kennedy had another woman in his car and did not know a drunk Mary Jo Kopechny was asleep on his back seat when he crashed into a pond. So that would kind of explain the whole, and it happened when he was young. But why would he be writing that he had a clean driver? What's the point of writing it? Oh, I had a clean driver for 40 plus years. So when did this happen? So we're talking 94, 95. When did this happen? Just gotta say the date. 1969. Well, that wouldn't be 40 plus years. It would be almost 40 years. It'd be 35 years. So I don't know. The jury's still out. But that is interesting, I think. That writing that they got. I was thinking that, so what we were looking at was the indentation of the page prior. You know, we've gotten so far from paper. You know, that would have been the first thing in my mind. I would have realized it. But we've been so far from paper and notebooks. But, you know, remember you'd write something and then you tear out that page and the indentation is on the next. It doesn't even have to be the next page. It could be 5 pages later. I mean, you could tell by the lack of, it didn't really all show that it was most likely like many pages after, just enough indentation that the FBI was able to get that. So it makes you think. Makes you think. Very interesting. Also, I want to show you a few things here. This is my Twitter, by the way. If you want to follow on Twitter, @pill_news, the Red Pill News Dispenser. All right. On there, by the way, and in the description of this video, you can join the Discord. I'm always dropping, like, you know, as I'm doing research, I'm dropping interesting stuff in there. It's also a good place for me because I was basically using Twitter as a place to put a lot of my information. That, you know, that's maybe not the best way to do it. So I'm just dropping a bunch of little nuggets into Discord. If you go and look, you'll basically, like, if you go to the Discord, you'll basically see kind of a lot of stuff leading up to the last couple of videos. So here's this video. Ask Biden if he had DOJ move Whitey Bulger so he could be killed. His nephew was partner in the $1.5 billion Hunter Biden China scheme. I think we just found out why Whitey Bulger was whacked in prison. His nephew was partner in the firm Hunter Biden, John Kerry's stepson, creates to take $1.5 billion in bribe money from China for Joe Biden, then VP of the United States. He had to be killed before Joe announced. Before Joe announced what? That's what I was wondering, the motive. I was thinking just that. But he had to be killed before. Oh, wrongful death. So we believe Jay was deliberately placed in harm's way. So his family believe. Sorry, I told me I need Bulger wrote. Oh, sorry to hear it. So Mueller coincidentally was head of the FBI Boston office. Yeah, that's true actually. When Bulger was running Boston's mob, you know who else prosecuted him was the guy who's supposed to be dropping the hammer. As far as like the Q stuff is concerned, Durham. Durham also prosecuted him. And Bulger wrote, sorry to hear Trump is being boxed in by so many. Trump is experiencing what Mueller and company can orchestrate, Bulger said in a different letter from September. Mueller should observe biblical saying, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Ooh. I wonder how much Bulger knew about Biden's pay-for-play racket, given his own nephew was in on it. Probably everything. By the way, this is from Land of the Free at Trust Restored. Excuse the typo, small screen. For the record, Whitey Bulger was killed October 30th, 2018. Joe Biden officially announced for president April 25th, 2019. Less than 6 months later, nothing much there. Anyone know the whereabouts and health status of James Bulger right now? If I were, whoa. Wow. So this was written. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. Anyone know whereabouts and health of James Bulger right now? If I were AG Barr, I'd have him taken into protective custody and given immunity for his full testimony against Kerry and Biden. 1.5 billion China scam. Great background piece to unravel who's who in the shady Jerry. You meant to say Kerry. This guy keeps scheme based on Peter Schweizer's book. Inside the shady private equity firm run by Kerry and Biden's kids. Oh, CORNPOP and Coke. Yeah, CORNPOP. So, inside the shady private equity firm run by Kerry and Biden's kids and Bulger's nephew, which, I mean, his brother's big time. He's a president of UMass, congressman. He's always the CEO or something. He was big. They just went two separate ways. Whitey had LSD experiments on him while in federal prison before he got famous. He did like 10 years. Got all those LSD treatments, which is probably why the government messed with him. Same reason another book just came out about Manson. And it turns out Manson was having all these LSD studies on him. He spent most of his life in federal jail, before the murders. And it seemed like every time he'd get in trouble, they'd let him go after the LSD. It was almost like they set these two psychopaths loose after basically messing up their minds, making them extremely violent. And I'm not just saying that. Like, you guys, like, actually, you know who had him on? Joe Rogan just had him on last week. The guy who wrote the book about Charles Manson, and basically about the CIA and the honeypots and the CIA, what they used to do in the late '60s and to discredit the hippie movement and make them look violent. Well, they also did it to Whitey Bulger. Both of them turned out extremely violent men.
I told you that Biden was involved in very, very, very horrible corruption. Shocking to me.
What do you think of that tape?
I know people have a hard time. I'm a Republican, but I feel the same way for the Republican. A Republican vice president of the United States selling out the country this way, using his office for money. It's disgraceful. I mean, Spiro Agnew got thrown out of office for $10,000. This guy was collecting millions and billions.
Yeah, billions.
Negotiating with China.
Not millions, billions.
And the kid
And Ukraine
gets 1.5 billion.
Belgium.
I don't want to pick on the kid, but you give 1.5 billion to a guy that got thrown out of the military for drug addiction,
And he's still an
a
addict.
couple of days before.
Let me throw a couple of facts.
You give a drug addict 1.5 billion?
Crazy.
No, unless you're trying to bribe his father.
No background in private equity.
Well, we all know
no background
why.
with China.
Yeah, and
No background in Ukraine.
and a seriously disturbed person.
No background in Ukraine. No
Not
background in
responsible
oil and
in
gas
handling money.
or energy.
China's not stupid. They don't put 1.5 billion
Drug
in the
addict.
hands of, the three partners in that firm? Kerry got thrown out of the military for being a drug addict.
Biden's
Kerry's
son.
Stepson. And
John
Whitey
Kerry's
Bulger's
stepson.
nephew.
That's
I
right.
said Whitey Bulger. If that didn't jump out at this press corps, Whitey Bulger, what's he doing involved in this?
Yeah.
This stinks to high heaven. It's a disgrace. It'll be one of the big American scandals.
And then
where it's
he was
eventually
murdered
uncovered,
right then,
because,
too.
as Mr. Schweiker said, it's a pattern. It's not just Ukraine. It's Ukraine and China. And they cash in wherever Joe has made the point man. You can't escape the pattern. And Sean, I told you this was going to happen.
You did.
It's going to get much worse. I guarantee it.
And you said, oh man. Not to mention everything we've spoken out about. There's a reason. I mean, Robert Kennedy was a classy guy. He just doesn't say you're a traitor and you should die for no reason back in '94. This guy's been, this 3-strike rule, all that. And yet the only reason he even has a chance is the African Americans love him because he was the vice president. So he won South Carolina. And then it was so weird how in like a 2-week period, everybody stepped aside. Everyone got in line and stepped aside, except for Bernie. But the problem was there was one other person, and that was here in Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren. If Elizabeth Warren had stepped aside, Bernie would have beat him. We all know that Bernie won in Iowa, not Pete Buttigieg, but Pete was getting the corporate money, and all of a sudden, an app this app was owned by George Soros. That app all of a sudden didn't count the votes. It messed up. There is so much corruption in this country. There's a reason these were released when they were. I just can't believe. I'm just waiting for something because there is no way. The Democratic Party really thinks Joe Biden is, that's the guy. Every person I know that's still a Democrat, because all my friends, we grew up that all of us are for Trump, and we used to think Democrat. I don't know, like when we were young, we always thought Democrat. But as they say, show me a young man, who's a Republican. Show me an old man who's not a Republican. I'll show you a liar or something like that, and then show me a young man that's not a Democrat, and I'll show you someone with no heart. I don't know. It's something about just the progression of life, In the beginning, you're full of hope, you're invincible. You want everyone to be equal. As life goes, you realize it's a dog-eat-dog world, and you realize some things are more important. And you also realize that the people who are promising, love and harmony are the ones doing the most damage. And just the way the media paints Trump. I see so many people say Trump is part of the system. He's part of it. He was selected. He was the next one up. He's an actor. People that I respect, I hear them say that. And it's just, I just don't see it. He gets attacked so much, and someone could say, well, that's part of it. It makes it look like he's not. But no, as we in watch my last video, that stuff wasn't meant to come out. The text messages, the emails, all right, all these, the 302, all these things weren't meant to come out to the public, at least for another 60 years, as far as the 302. But the text and emails never supposed to be in the public. And what you see is an organized, concerted effort to take them down. And it's continued every step of the way. And now Biden's the savior. I just don't see it. There's already been so much corruption with this guy uncovered. I was thinking once this thing happened, I was thinking, oh, they're thinking Andrew Cuomo, that, you know, they have him on every day. You know, that's all. You just have to have somebody on every day. And sure enough, I started hearing people say, you know what? Andrew Cuomo would make a good president. I started hearing idiots and seeing idiots on Twitter saying that. Until he started fumbling and messing up, and then people weren't saying it so much. You know, he was asking for all this stuff. Turned out he had a whole warehouse of it. You know, now there's this new show out, Mondays with Michelle. Now, do you think she just decided to have a TV show, Mondays with Michelle Obama? That's what I'm talking about, or Michael, whatever you want to call him, her. I don't really think she's a man, but I'm just saying, I despise the Obamas, so I don't care if people say it. But I think, you know, she's a woman, I believe. But still, Mondays with Michelle now, all of a sudden. It seems like they're trying people out, and at the last minute kind of do a little switcheroo. I mean, Bloomberg, he never had a chance. There's so much that hasn't made sense about this. You know, I do worry, and I don't even want to jinx, but I don't believe in jinx. But you know, some type of attempt on the president, because I just don't see there was one person I think that had a chance to take him on, and that was Tulsi Gabbard. Bernie, he maybe could have at least made it a little bit interesting, but no way. People, they don't want nothing to do with the socialism aspect. But Tulsi Gabbard, I think she could have gave him a run for his money. I mean, you saw her. She slayed Kamala Harris right off that stage and took her out of the race. And they started getting worried about her because she's not controlled. So what they do, they started making up new rules to get her out of the debates. They, you know, didn't give her any airtime. They, you know, when she was on a debate, they wouldn't let her speak. And then all of a sudden, when she got a chance to speak, she literally like slayed one of the candidates. So I don't know, man. What I do know is that Durham, someone else prosecuted Bulger, things are rolling. Things are moving along. Things are coming to a head with this virus. The fact that with everything that I found out about Fauci and Redfield and obviously, you know, Bill Gates, with them being front and center on TV every day, there's a reason for it. I'm telling you, they need to wake up the American public, because the American public right now is just, they're asleep. But at the same time, I believe that, don't you think that people have woken up during this period of time that we've all been home? There's just something big's coming for sure. Yeah, I don't know why I did the two. I don't know how I ended up with the two YouTube thing. I don't know how. Tulsi is CFR. I don't know about that. Tulsi, I'm telling you, she's not. They can't control her. I mean, she was supposed to be part of the Hillary. She was supposed to help Hillary with her campaign, and she walked off. She must have found out some of the stuff that Seth Rich did. That's just my opinion. I mean, you know, I'm not saying if anyone else has a different opinion, they're wrong. I'm not like that. I'm not like some people, you know. Some people literally, if someone doesn't have the exact same view as them, you know, they like can't handle it. It's really weird to me. All right, let's see. Anything else I want to show you guys about this? Because I know I tweeted a few things real quick. Oh man, I missed the I don't know if anything interesting happened at that press conference. I tweeted a couple of things about Biden that I just last minute just saw. News says Biden has connections to Whitey Bulger. Didn't he get killed in prison too? Biden's, Clinton's, and Bulger. Biden goes down, so does Kerry. Incident at DOJ. Ex-FUED Bulger to prison and killed 1 hour later. That is transferred. And he was killed 1 hour after getting to that jail. He had the goods on Biden, Kerry, Ukraine from his nephew. We suspect Hillary on deaths just too coincidental. Is it also Joe Daddy Biden? Whitey Bulger, remember him, Joe? He was sent to prison in California. Mafia. Oh, mob, not mafia, but he and Biden's son, Hunter, had dealings with Whitey. Whitey was transferred to Penn prison and killed shortly thereafter. And by the way, Biden was in Pennsylvania at the time. Former VP Biden's dementia checks. In 2014, his son Hunter partnered with James Walter, son of former Mass State. And this is Whitey's brother, by the way. So, his, you know, they always say, oh, the nephew of Whitey. But that's because Whitey's brother, the really, really successful one, keeps a low profile. He has high positions, but low profile for obvious reasons. And his son is James Bulger. So, son of former Mass State, MIT's model state. We're at the UMass. He was the president of UMass. MIT's Senator president. Oh, yeah. And he was the Senate president for Massachusetts. And then Senate President William Bulger for Bullhigh Harvest. Also, that's what he's doing now. He's a CEO, a president at Bullhigh Harvest, RST in China. Joe Biden, former senator, that he said he didn't know that in 2014 and 2015. Come on. Biden's campaign money will come in from Chinese money laundered through Hunter, Kerry's son, Whitey Bulger's nephew during the fog of the battle. USA is suffering the collusion of Dems with the Chi-Coms. FBI informed Whitey Bulger's nephew, James, the partner in equity firm with Hunter. So we know all this. And by the way, guys, some weird stuff trending today. Really weird stuff. For instance, May the 4th. I was like, what is that? I know that Pelosi said she won't be back till May the 4th. But this is what it is. Disney Plus. By sharing your message with us using May the 4th, you agree to our use of the message and your account and all media terms of use here. Isn't that crazy? You agree to our use of the message. Wait. I hope I didn't like agree to something I didn't realize because I did it like trolling them. DisneyTermsOfUse.com. What a weird thing, right? That's so weird. But I didn't share it with them, so I guess I'm okay. And this guy wrote, my favorite Star Wars memory would have to be the time Disney tried to lay legal claim to every tweet on Twitter that used a particular hashtag, May the 4th. And then I wrote, I have a great short-term memory, so my favorite Disney moment is right now as I make a video exposing their satanic and occult nature and how I'm sick of the symbolism in my 3-year-old's favorite movie. Video incoming. Speaker Pelosi said she will return May the 4th, losing 4.4 million American jobs. And that's true. Because had she been in Washington when they had that bill ready, there would be 4.4 million American jobs that were saved in between then and now. They've been lost. Maybe more. We'll see. That was a lowball figure. So let me see anything really. But Oprah is trending for some reason. The Pentagon with UFOs. William Barr orders legal action against governors whose COVID-19, whose efforts to prevent. San Diego County beaches are reopening with strict rules in place to prevent the spread. The Constitution is not suspended in time of crises. Oh, so he's trying to nip this, like Virginia trying to take the guns, Michigan trying to control every little thing you do or buy. Although if you listen to my last video, some shady stuff on Barr too. All NYS employees are still being paid. No state worker furloughs. That includes the court workers. So then why, the same thing with federal. So why are they shutting down FOIAs? Something's coming, guys. And when I say that, I mean, I think something good, really good. This is all about cool. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't heard, General Flynn, he's going to be exonerated. Just so you know, 100%, he's going to be exonerated. He took the FBI's word that. Oh, so here's Tom. Here's the guy I played what he said live. Looks like, and I'm telling you, Lou Dobbs gets the scoop. Journalism is basically dead, but Lou Dobbs still, he has legit journalists on, and I consider him. Lou Dobbs does an amazing job. He had John Solomon on last week. There's going to be some indictments coming very, very soon. That was reported about 6 days ago. Now I want to see what this says, and we'll end on this, and I'll do a little goodbye, and we'll end here. I want to see this. This is very interesting. Should be interesting. I haven't seen it.
A couple of things. Let's begin with the report that we may see General Flynn completely exonerated, perhaps by the end of this week.
Well, if the government violated Judge Sullivan's standing orders to turn over exculpatory information, that's a general requirement, and he's very conscious of this because he saw in the case against the Alaska senator several years ago outrageous government prosecutorial misconduct. If they violated his orders in such a way, he may just throw out the entire case. And maybe, just maybe, Attorney General Barr, once he sees the full documentation, presumably he has seen by now, he may direct his prosecutors to pull the case. Look, Flynn was ambushed. He was the target of a coordinated leak campaign, as John Durham is now investigating, of classified information, which was also a crime. Comey sent his FBI people over there secretly to ambush him for the interview. They concluded initially he didn't lie. Then they changed their story later. Now it looks like they were withholding information from the court and that they were trying to force him to plead out by threatening his son, something they didn't want to tell the court or the public about. There's all this misconduct around the prosecution of, again, the victims of the deep state, in this case, General Flynn. He should not only be exonerated, the president should pardon him just to be sure, because if Biden or anyone else wins in November other than the president, you can bet the same gang is going to come back and try to re-prosecute him, either on this or other charges. They should do a twofer. End the prosecution and pardon him just to make sure he's fully protected from the more outrageous targeting. And remember, the president was being targeted here. When you go after Flynn for talking and doing his job with foreign leaders like the Russians, you're targeting the ability of the president to conduct foreign policy. He should pardon Flynn just to protect his presidential powers and the powers of all presidents from this coup attack that took place and began in the early part of his administration.
Those who refuse, Tom, to acknowledge that this was an outright effort to overthrow the president of the United States they're absolutely they're lying through their teeth. There can be no other explanation, because every single figure in this was connected to Donald Trump, the president of the United States, both before he was elected and after. It is unprecedented on any metric. What happened to this president had never occurred to any American president before. And as the president says, he doesn't want it to happen again. We can't assure that, can we? If this goes without an accounting, without people being held responsible for criminal, venal acts against the Constitution and this country.
They knew early on, as being reported this week or just now, Lou, that there's additional transcripts coming out of conversations George Papadopoulos had with the spy ring that the Obama gang sent after them, where he disavowed any idea that Trump was coordinating with the Russians. It was further information that there was never a good faith reason to target Trump. And the fact that he continued to do so without telling the court the whole case was shutting down shows the criminal nature of what was going on here. And you're right, it's going to happen again unless there are significant prosecutions. And I'm hoping Barr and Durham do the right thing here, or can make the case. But I'm not seeing indication that there's going to be significant prosecutions. But we've got to alert people to the evidence of crimes, because if the people don't know the evidence that's out there, the DOJ will never do the right thing. So that's why it's important this material be released. We just got new emails last week from Strzok and Page showing they were mocking Donald Trump, they were targeting Flynn, and they knew early on that the whole leak operation targeting Trump was a political operation. They knew McCain, for instance, was involved in leaking the dossier. They knew their guy Steele was involved in leaking the dossier, and yet they just continued targeting him. When you look at the emails, you can see the Obama FBI, which continued, frankly, into the Trump administration, was out of control, and Director Wray has done little, in my view, to reestablish trust between the American people and the FBI. He seems more interested in protecting the institution than going after the bad guys that ruined it.
Protecting an institution or protecting corrupt political actors within that institution's leadership? The institution itself has been helmed by absolutely politically corrupt officials for so long now. It's stunning. Wray is now being charged with sitting on this exculpatory evidence. What do you make of that allegation against him?
It would be perfectly in line with what we've seen with the FBI in terms of sitting on material that, if released, would be harmful to the investigators, the dirty cops who were targeting President Trump. They're stalling, for instance, right now. Right now, I told you about those Strzok Page emails. They've been sitting on that material for years. They're holding all the text messages back from us. They have McCabe's text messages they're holding back from us. That's FBI leadership making those decisions, I'm sure. And it wouldn't surprise me if they were behind this effort to suppress the Flynn information.
They're holding them back, but we on this channel, the last stream. And by the way, because there's two streams going, we got the one where I meant to actually put the the second stream on the backup channel because I just made these channels. The one with the thumbnail is the one I'm gonna keep, just so you guys know. I feel bad because there was people still chatting in the other one, but this one seems to be the one that more people are in. So if you're in the one that doesn't have a thumbnail or like a actual, it just says Red Pill News Dispensary live stream, you might want to jump over to this one. If there's anything in particular you want to write, you want to jump over to the other one with the different title, because I think I'm not sure, but I think I'm going to delete that other one. No point in having two identical streams up. Sorry.
Behind this effort to suppress the FUED information. And if I were Judge Sullivan, I'd ask the FBI, why is it you sat on this?
Well, it'd be interesting. It'd also be very interesting to understand why the Justice Department has not let us know, we the public know, what are in those scope memos. We have yet to see them. Have you seen them, Tom? I haven't seen them. We're well into this process. We're moving about 4 years into the investigation of a presidential candidate and president. I'd like to know what was on the Wiener laptop. I would like to know why we haven't been able to find copies of those 33,000 emails that Hillary Clinton destroyed. I'm just curious. And I think an inquiring nation, I believe, would like to know as well. Tom, there's so many things to go through with you each time, but we're out of time. I look forward to our next visit. Thank you so much, Tom Fitton, Judicial Watch. Thank you.
And I just wrote, this is the wrong stream, and the stream that, I mean, they're both identical. It's just that with that stream, there's a lot of it where you don't see what I was showing. It's just showing me unknowingly. And it's just me like kind of like mumbling reading, whereas it doesn't really make sense, you know, but if you actually see what I was reading, it makes sense. Okay, so one last thing though, before we go, I was just thinking that what did I do have to check this out? Yeah, so that 3-strike rule. It's good to know. It's good to know that he was like his dad in that way. Cared about people regardless, you know. And he knew, you know, he would have been a good political figure. He knew right away. Just so you guys know what's going on, Q. They got the whole like Paul Revere's old North Church in Boston. You know, if you Sean Hannity has been wearing this skull. It's called the pain pin. We are ready. Set 1, mission good. And just so you know what set 1 is, and just, you know, if you guys don't believe in it, that's fine. But I want you guys to, when it happens, you be like, oh, whoa. So maybe it is. You know, you might actually get it. Oh, that's from one of my videos. All right, let me see. So set 1 right here. See this? See this? Set 1. Mission good. So it looks like this is what's going to happen. Placeholder. Indictments tracking. I forgot to put it in the mic. All right. So see this? Civilian. Set 1. Non-civilian. So, you know, could be senators, could be military, could be whatever. Basically, you work for the government. One, or you know, you're an elected official. 6 placeholders. Placeholders, indictments tracking, civilian. So there is civilian as well. Placeholder, acts of treason and support articles. Placeholder, foreign acts published. Placeholder, FISA. published. So what I think is this is set 1, indictment tracking non-civilian, and that'll be a big one because that probably means some senators or something. I know that Adam Schiff has to be one of them. I've seen there's 100% proof he's a traitor to the country. 100% proof. So there'll be 6 of these on set 1 of non-civilian indictments, and then and this will all come from Durham. So when this happens, you'll know it, and then there'll be placeholder 2. I'm assuming 3, 4, 5. So 5 different sets, and that first set will be 6 of them. So if you see 6 non-civilians all of a sudden indicted, you know that this Q stuff is real, whether it's, you know, real but you know, it's really like artificial intelligence or something, you know, like maybe dangerous, or if it's really what it seems to be on face value, and you know, a special team put together that's doing this. So you saw that set 1, right? So by the way, see that skull? Hannity is always wearing that patch. When you see Hannity, he was wearing that. This day this came out, that night he was wearing it. He's been wearing it since, I think. It's like a little badge. Also, he has like an American flag with a Q inside of it. You know, the code name for the Secret Service for Obama was Renegade, a person who deserts and betrays an organization, country, or set of principles. I want to point this out, April 17th. Well, this is actually March 21st. Hydroxychloroquine and erythromycin taken together. He knew something. He knows that he found out that there's cures out there. Wait, where is it? Hold on. I just want to show you. So I showed you the set 1. All I want to do is just show you where it says set 1 mission good. That's it. That's it. I'm not gonna shove Q down your throat. It's just that way you know. We have 5 beyond the proofs. You have more than you know. Durham stock, Q op stock. It was actually on the same day, just a year apart. 5 by 5. That's a way of everyone saying like loud and clear. However, what if it was May 5th? Be interesting, right? Does that mean May 5th? Or is that to throw people off? I just want to see the set 1 mission good. There you go. Oh, and if you guys haven't seen the documentary, this documentary, I highly suggest it. This one right here. I mean, it's like a must-see. This and Out of the Shadows, literally 100% red pilled Amanda. And also, she liked David Icke too, but you know, I'm not sure about him. He's a little out there for me. I enjoy watching him, but it's the Out of Shadows. Okay, yeah, so it was Out of Shadows. The other one was David Icke, but I'm not gonna promote David Icke. But that Out of Shadows video, yeah, I'd check it out. So we saw that set 1 with all that, right? So I just want to make sure that I show you. I'd be amiss if I didn't. Right here. Oh, it was right on the page. Okay. We are ready. Set 1, mission good. And then you saw that placeholder for the 6 people. And again, Lou Dobbs, and this is where I'm going to close on. But a lot of people didn't see this because unless you're in the business world, people aren't really watching Fox Business. But I'm telling you, he has legit journalists. I don't like watch his show because I don't really watch much TV. I just catch it online when I see that he's on. So this is the Red Pill Dispensary. We're gonna end on this. I want to thank everybody for sticking in there. You know, a lot of that was really kind of tedious with the report, but in the end, I think it paid off to see that dysfunction with Biden and you know, the last president since Trump that was actually for the people's son. and his namesake, and just kind of what led the things leading up to his death. You know, the kidnap. People wanting to kidnap him. You know, there's a lot there, but it was just tedious. So I want to thank you guys again. This channel, they're probably gonna be taking it down. That's why I made a bunch of channels yesterday. Put them all in the description. It's also ways to donate. There's 2 different links to the file we went over. So if you just want to download that for yourself, and if you were curious about QAnon, what I just showed you, it's QAnon.pub, or the other one's like QAnon.map, I think. I don't know. I just do the QAnon.pub. But all right, guys. Yeah, Red Pill Dispensary. And I'll leave you on this high note.
Investigative reporter John Solomon, editor-in-chief of his new media outlet, Just the News. John, great to have you with us. More and more is being revealed, but it's great to have you. And more and more is being revealed, but it all is much the same thing. It's all about FBI official political corruption. And this is even more emphatically damning because it's very clear that the FBI under President Obama knew that a Russian intelligence operation was being run, a disinformation campaign, and with the help of an former MI6 operative who was at the center of the FBI investigation and effort to overthrow the president, the man who would become the president of the United States. This is outrageous, and it gets more outrageous by the day because no one's been held accountable.
Yeah, listen, in my worst nightmare, I could never imagine what would have come out this week. The level of information that the FBI had that raised red flags that they should have never, not even for a moment, entertained Christopher Steele as a human source, as a confidential informant, is now overwhelming. Overwhelming evidence. Let's think of the things we know. One of the people he was talking to was a Russian intelligence official who was under surveillance by us. They had a separate FISA on him, yet they were taking Christopher Steele's word that was credible information. His other source disowned it. He's paid by Hillary Clinton. Some of his information is disproven right away. He exaggerates his record at MI6. All of these things came out this week. Christopher Steele should never have been shown a door inside the FBI. And instead, we sustained 2.5 years of an investigation into false allegations, put this country and our president through an unnecessary process.
Unnecessary. This was an attempt to overthrow the president. This was an attempt to align the entire FBI with Russian intelligence objectives and missions. And this should result not in a discussion about, the unseemliness of a sordidly, politically corrupt officialdom of the FBI under President Obama. It should be about a sinister cabal operating in the intelligence agencies, the FBI, and the Justice Department to overthrow a president. And we have not been talking about the wrong things, but our leadership in Washington has been talking about the wrong things and feeding us pablum when in point of fact, they are refusing to bring these people to justice. And I say refusing. This is outrageous that we're having this discussion in 2020.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous. We're talking about 4 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's taken a very long time. And part of the reason is the FBI and the intelligence community are very good at obfuscating and hiding the truth, whether they redact things, claim they're classified, falsify documents, which they did in this case. They have done a good job. But I will say this, there is some fairly significant evidence at this very moment, this week, the last couple of weeks, Lou, that there is some criminal investigative activity that I think will result in some actions coming out soon. It's not going to be a lot. Don't expect 10 or 12 indictments, but there could be a handful of indictments and much more information. I think one very important thing, the FBI had something right. There was a campaign that was taking Russian information and trying to influence the election. It just wasn't Donald Trump's campaign. It was Hillary Clinton through the person of Christopher Steele and his Russian informants. That has to be resolved. And one of the documents that are still sitting out there unchallenged, the intelligence assessment. We said, our intelligence committee said that the Russians are trying to help Trump win, Hillary lose. That does not appear to be the case from the new body of evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's been clear for a long time, frankly. I think this is just more evidence supporting what we already knew in my judgment. And I think the American people are just about tired of getting shined on and fed a bunch of, I'll be kind, pablum. John Solomon, thank you for making sure that we do know what's going on. Just the news, John Solomon.
And that's just the news, John Solomon. And this is Red Pill at the Red Pill Dispensary. And if you guys want to check out, I'm always dropping research, like I said. If you want to join the Discord, I just made a Discord. You know, I kind of was using it I'm using it just for purposes of like building evidence for when I do shows. So you can kind of get like a heads up on a lot of what I'm looking into, a lot of you know, interesting stuff. So if you want to check that out, you can either go to my Twitter, and it's pinned on the Twitter, and all that's in the description, or also in the description. I think it's like the first thing. The link is only good for one day, so like tomorrow by tomorrow afternoon, it won't be any good. But the link in the description, if you click that, you can join the Discord that way as well. All right, guys. Let me I just want to thank everybody. You know, Tony, Dame, Texas Chick, Brandy, you guys all hanging. And anyone who didn't hang, I understand. Long one. Wow, it looks like I'm like a floating head. Ooh. No, not really. Brian Lanham. How you doing, bro? I haven't seen you in a while. Sure Bear. I think we're due for a call-in show. Huh? Call-in show tomorrow? That'd be nice. Maybe even David B. Everybody, man. Thank you all for coming. Red Pill Dispensary.